Hello, everybody, and I would like to thank my wonderful subscribers. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the final part, or maybe the penultimate part, of playing Farewell My Turnabout, Episode 4, the finale. Last time we left off, we had figured out that Matt on guard is a probably sociopathic monster. I don't actually know which one is which, like sociopath or psychopath, but we know that he is a manipulative monster who was perfectly okay, telling, okay, it's a long story, but basically, he told, Juan Tarita that he had been with Select Impacts before to, like, make sure they would break up. Which is crazy. What is this? And why is that so familiar? So familiar. How did I get into this mess? What the heck? That's far enough. You can't run forever. Mr. Phoenix, right? Who is this? Oh, wait! No, I remember this. What have I done wrong? I cannot allow you to go on like this. Huh? But I'm just a simple defense attorney. Silence! You are no longer worthy of your title. Damn. Huh. Are we worthy of it? We're defending a guilty man. I've had this dream before. Someplace, sometime. As if this day was written into my destiny. Today, I'll stand in court as a lawyer. To prove a killer innocent. Damn, that's a hard line considering what, this whole game has been about. Okay, so, yeah. Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm pretty sure we saw that in the first taste of this game. Which is incredibly good writing, like, having that at the very beginning. That's so clever. Beep. Hello, this is Phoenix Wright. You don't look so well, dude. You don't look so well, dude. You're gonna prove me not guilty today, right? Beep. If you please, Mr. Lawyer. Yeah. Remember, it's not just me, it's your precious friend's life. Oh, yeah. It's not just me. Your precious friend's life is riding on today's verdict, too. Now listen up. You better get on guard the guilty sentence, okay? If you did that sleepy slime bad and not guilty, I'll never forgive you. Ever. Maya. Phoenix. Oh, Mia! And you're in Player's body. I don't know if I talked a lot about this last time, but wow. I can talk about this because this technically isn't Player anymore. This is somebody else's body, and I'm not thinking about doing anything to her, so, like, I'm allowed to talk about this, and, my god, do they get bitter with every, like, character you take over? Jesus. Okay, Maya, how's Maya? I don't know. You don't know? She hasn't tried to channel me since yesterday. Mia, what am I supposed to do? Well, like I said, for a lawyer, the worst of times are when you have to force your biggest smiles. But you can't give up. There's still some hope left. Stop it! Please, there's nothing left. Not here, not anywhere. I like how the Shadil Samurai song. It's fun. It's that accursed on Dardaden. Beep. Will you leave me alone? Yo, don't call me anymore. I mean it. You're really mean, pal. Gumshoe, I'm really, really sorry. Where are you? They let me join the investigation team, and we're chasing the killer, pal. Then, you have some sort of lead? Sorry, but right now we've got 0 leads on this guy. But we're not gonna give up. Gumshoe. Until the trial is over, until the verdict is handed down. We're gonna do everything we can and find the killer. If we did get Maya out, then you could get If we could get the killer. If we could get Maya out, then you could get the killer. The guilty verdict he deserves, pal. That's true. I could do that if they found Maya first. Okay, so it seems like what we have to do is we have to try to stall the court for as long as possible until they get Maya out of the situation season. So we really don't have to try to drag this out. Filibuster it a lot. Yeah, okay. You got that? So all you have to do is do whatever you can to make the trial last longer. Hey, I'm pretty bad at making choices. You might get your wish, pal. I have to make the trial last longer. If you don't act, Mr. Edward, with everything you've got, then you two can draw it out. Oh, now I get it. I believe in you, pal. You and Mr. Edward can do it. Yeah, time. Remember Rise from the Ashes, where we did the very same thing to, like, Damon Dant? Damon Dant. We did the very same thing with him in the last game. So that's fun. So, believe in us. We're gonna give it all we've got. Just like you. Got it. Thanks, Gumshoe. Beep. Hey, Phoenix. You understand now, don't you? You have something money will never be able to buy. Friendship. It's the strongest weapon in the world. And you have it in abundance. Yeah! Mia, that was the 20th thing you ever said, but it was also one of the cutest, so I'll take it. I have to make the trial last as long as I can. Gumshoe will come through. I know it. Okay, so we're gonna have to do this. Okay. Sorry, we did that. I need to make sure I have both of the edges more defined. Sorry. Okay, here we are. Court is now in session for the trial of Matt on Guard. The defense is ready. Your Honor. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. Now, as I recall, we concluded yesterday's session with a big mystery on our hands. The mystery being, what exactly was Adrian Andrews' role in this murder? That is to say, is she really connected to the crime itself? Mr. Edward, if you would please inform the court of today's proceedings. So yeah, we found out in the last video that no, Adrian Andrew was not the culprit. It was Matt Lagarde, and she seemingly has absolutely nothing to do with it. So yeah. Adrian Andrews. she forwarded evidence that drew suspicion on to Mr. Ondard, and then proceeded to escape the crime scene by wearing a little samurai costume. And I know I said this before, but she is beautiful, right? I do not see how she doesn't have a bit more confidence. I know that probably seems incredibly sexist, and I'm sorry if it does. I'm just trying to be honest here a bit. I mean, I get it. I think. The guilt of those actions are those from which she cannot escape. Then you are saying she is guilty after all? I'm not finished, Your Honor. Miss Andrews had nothing to do with committing the actual murder. I would like to direct the court's attention to this card. What is that? It looks like a shell. This is the calling card of a certain assassin. Assassin, you say? Yes. Juan Torito was killed by a professional assassin. I don't know why I said that so weirdly. And the person who hired the assassin, his client, so to speak, is Matt Ondard. What a surprising turn of events! I would think they've become commonplace by now, Your Honor. What, surprises? I don't think those ever go out of style. I know what's going on this time. So I know that everything Edward has said is true. But we still have to hold out for a Yana we can. At least, until Maya is safe and sound. I wonder how the trial will turn out today. Now then, please call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution calls the defendant's mentor, Mr. Will Powers, to the stand. Now then, witness, your name and occupation, please. Okay. I'm, Will Powers. I'm a poor, underpaid action star. And, what is your relation to the defendant? Well, that's, I'm guessing I'm sort of a yousing mentor to him, in a way, yeah. So yeah, we actually talked about him. We actually, presented Will Powers' profile to Matt Ondard, and according to him, Matt Ondard doesn't know who this person is, not mentors at all. So yeah, no, I think Will Powers just, he's not lying. He probably, overestimating how much of a role he had, and then maybe Matt Ondard is underestimating how much of a role he had. So they basically closed the distance to where, oh yeah, no, these people are not that related at all. They just did this. Yeah. Mr. Powers. Mr. Powers, please, you don't need to put yourself down so much. Oh, yeah, sorry, I'm just kind of a nothing sort of guy. On the night of the murder, you visited the defendant's room. Is this correct? Yes. I didn't know that. But you know, I didn't actually get to see Matt when I went. All you need to do is answer what you're asked. Edward, if this was any other case, I would say that's bullshit and that you have to, that, yeah, this guy should be allowed to say whatever he wants, but because we have to drag this out really long, do whatever you need to do, Edgeworth. Do whatever you need to do. Now then, I would like you to testify about when you went to Mr. Ondard's room. Okay, sure. Witness testimony. Visit to Matt's room. So yeah, I didn't know he actually went there. Apparently, he did. Let's see what he did there. After the award ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. Matt was standing in front of his room, still in his little samurai costume, except he's not wearing the mask like the bastard. He was talking with someone. At first, I thought it was the bellboy. I watched the two of them for a while, but then I gave up and went back. I had guests with me that night and couldn't make them wait for me. Okay. Nothing sounds out of place in Mr. Power's testimony. And talking with the bellboy is no big deal. If one assumes the person Mr. Ondard was speaking to was an ordinary bellboy, what are you implying? I'm doing my own head thing. I don't really get it, but hey, I do it. Well, Mr. Wright, shall we have your Let's have your cross-examination, shall we? I don't know why he jiggles it. Like, why does he jiggle his fingers? Feels like we're in another sticky situation. Huh? A trap. Can't you smell it, Phoenix? But for us to find out more, we're just gonna have to charge in head first, right? Do we want to do that? That sounds like a bad plan, Mia. I'm gonna assume that if this was any other case, you would be more careful than that. Okay. Just to plus everything. The defendant's room. Why do you go in there? Well, I'm his mentor. He's a big brother, sort of. And I wanted to say, congrats. He barely knows you, bro. What's wrong? Why did you stop? Mr. Wright! What is it? You're gonna try to trick me into a corner, aren't you? Wait, I can read that better, I think. You're going to try to trick me into a corner, aren't you? Huh? I know I'm just a poor, underpaid action star, but I'm not the killer. No one said you were, Mr. Powers. No, please, don't trick me. Every time you do your lawyer thing, the witness suddenly turns into the bad guy. Every time? I mean, yeah, Phoenix, is what we do. We do that every time, right? Fate Solid. April, May. Red, white. Huh. Oh, wait, I have another example. Devastage. Who else? Who was that other person? Oh, yeah. Yanni Yodi. Damien Dant. We do it every time, Phoenix. I'm not sure there's one case where a witness didn't turn out to be a bad guy. Yeah, if you guys can name one case up to this point where a witness hasn't turned out to be a bad person? Yeah, even a little. Yeah, okay, maybe not a little, but you know what I mean. Witness, I will personally talk to the defense at a later time. So for now, please kindly cooperate and continue with your testimony. Sorry. So, you went to the defendant room, and then... Hey, wait a minute! When and how did I suddenly turn into the bad guy here? Hey, so you know how in real life, lawyers are often considered corrupt? I really like the idea that in the universe, Phoenix Wright is like, you know, he's kind of like a bad guy. I mean, not really, but like, I find it funny that people think that he is. Because it like, that's totally the opposite of who he is. But like, yeah, he does turn people into the bad guy. Are you sure it was Matt on guard? Yeah, I'm sure. He wasn't wearing his little samurai mask then. If that's the case, then he can't really be mistaken. And what was the defendant doing, standing in front of his room? He was talking with someone. At first, I thought it was the bellboy. At first? What do you mean by that? Well, he was in a bellboyish uniform, and he had a bottle of juice on a tray. Sounds like an ordinary bellboy to me. Yeah, but I didn't think he was a normal bellboy. And why was that? Well, why did I think that, Mr. Wright? Are you telling me or asking me? How am I supposed to know? Sorry, but I can't really remember right now. Sorry. I think I'm gonna have to wait patiently on this one. I was watching the two of them for a while, but then gave up and went back. Okay, well, that's us. We were the death. If you watched the first video, you would know that. You saw the two of them, the bellboy and the defendant, together, correct? Yeah, the bellboy just wanted to say, congrats. Now, while you were watching the two of them, did you notice anything strange? You know, I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip. What, like, a tip? Like, don't drive in the front of a big truck? Do you mean, like, open a high-yield savings account? Do you mean, like, always go the speed limit? A tip. But that's a perfectly normal thing to do. Yeah, I know, I love giving people tips all the time. Like, don't wear that hat. Those glasses make you look bad. I love giving tips. So, how long did you watch the two of them? No more than a minute or two, I think. Okay, well, I answered all of them. I might as well do this one. So, who were these deaths that you're talking about? Were they the real culprits? You guys, of course. You and Maya and little Playo. I thought it would be really rude since I invited you guys if I disappeared. So I went back to my seat pretty soon after seeing Matt in the hallway. They're kind of like dredging rock. They're like dredging water from a stone. It probably pointed to press further. Do you remember this incident? Did Mr. Power leave his seat that night? I don't remember that happening at all. My roommate is such a rat in her hyper sedate. I ended up focusing on her. I see. In any case, from his story, he probably wasn't gone for very long. Dang, Maya, you have to be so darn attention-grabbing. Well, I know. Yeah, it didn't be the same. Yeah, no, it's the same. Okay, yeah. I'm pretty sure I did. Wait, what? Oh, yeah. This part was really funny. I liked how the game actually, is kinda, But, is there anything we have to dispute this? Because we don't have the image, so I don't know what we could do. I'm pretty sure not any of these. These are probably variator usage. The tort did not know as much as we do. What is this one? No, well, does it make? No, it doesn't. Okay, no. No, it's probably not these two. This one? No. Oh, wait, no. Oh, maybe we did talk about this, but no, that didn't make sense. This one, well, of course that no help. Why did I think it would be? Magazine clipping. Okay. I need to pick something. Okay. So, yeah, let me move forward a statement. Okay, yeah, no, it didn't repeat until I did it. Okay, yeah. So I'm actually gonna have to find a contradiction here. But I don't know what it could be. Because if I press on anything, it's just gonna give me the same dialogue. For them for a while, but I gave up and went back. I had death with me. I thought it would be rude if I couldn't make it wait. Okay, so yeah, I don't know what to pick here. I know what it is. I can want to reread it first. What do you mean by that? Staying with normal bellboy, why with that? Why did I think that? Mr. Wright? I don't know. Wait, actually, Mr. Powers. Only a few minutes ago, you were sedated. You know, I did feel something weird. I think it would be because Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip. Oh, that's weird. We have to flush on it 2 times in a row? That's weird. I don't know how you feel about that game mechanic. Could it be that you felt something strange about the tip giving incident itself? Aha! Yeah, that's it! You really know your job! Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor? This bellboy, he wasn't an ordinary one, was he? No. Perhaps we should let the witness tell us. Very well. Mr. Powers, please amend your testimony. You mean about the bellboy, right? Matt gave the bellboy a tip. Well, they sorted it a lot more. So, he gave the bellboy a tip. What's so strange about that? Well, you see, Matt's not a poor penny pincher like me. Okay, why do you think putting yourself down? As far as I know, you weren't really like this about yourself in the first one. Yeah, okay, you thought that you were ugly, kind of, but you never were this bad about yourself, right? Yeah, maybe it's because you got downgraded. At first you were the main character, and now you're just the mascot of an exercise show? Maybe that's what happened. Yeah, so the hot bit. Yeah, okay. I was trying to figure out how much it was because the tip really shocked me. That's what my wife said to me last night. Your tip shocked me. How much was it? But then when something even more surprising happened. The bellboy was putting the tip he got in his pocket. And that's when I got my first good look at the guy's face. I was really shocked. I'm afraid I don't follow at all. It sounds like power was supplied twice by this event. Okay, so he talking about... Yeah, he talking about this guy. So, yeah, obviously what shocked him was probably the fact that he has stitches running down his face. Yeah, how the hell did he get that? Who the hell did he piss off to cut his face open like that? I wonder which of his shocking moments should I ask about. The bellboy's face. What was so shocking about the bellboy's face, Mr. Powers? Well, he wasn't exactly a boy. He wasn't exactly a boy. More like an old lamp. Damn, you're gonna put him down like that? I hope you know that discrimination towards an old man. I hope you know that discrimination towards old men is a no-no in my court. No. That's not what I meant at all. Yes, it is a no. In the shamat middle of the guy's face, there was a line of stitches. A line of stitches? So he had surgery on his face? I don't see what the big deal is. Yeah, and it went straight from the tippity top of his head to the bottom of his chin. Almost as if that... Oh God! Almost like if that thread snapped, all the stuff in his head would come spilling out. Listen, I know that the way the shaitan works is nothing would have come out. It would have just been like the muscle was revealed. And that like humans don't really have a lot of stuff that would come out of their head. Unless like you remove like unless it goes all the way down to the muscle or something. But that is still a horrifying image. Ah! God, that's horrifying. He was there at Ondar's house. He was that butler! Are we really that dense? Really, Phoenix? Come on, man. Listen, the first time you saw this guy was at the hotel. And she was at the hotel. He asked to see Maya, and then Maya got kidnapped. It was obvious that she did it. And then you see him at Ondar's mansion, and you don't even remember him? Come on, man. Really? What is it, Mr. Wright? Nothing, Your Honor. So that means Ondar was talking with the killer then. If that fact were to be exposed, Ondar would be declared guilty in a blink. Phoenix, you have to play dumb here. Pretend you don't know anything. Okay, yes. Who are you, woman with big breasts? And who are you, person with red suit? And who are you, person with large hammer? Yes, Chief. You sure you don't have anything you would like to say, Mr. Wright? Huh? What did you just say, Your Honor? Mia. I mean, yeah, she's not amused, Mia. Nothing, Mr. Wright. Nothing. We're just going around and around in circles. Now then, Mr. Powers, please continue with your testimony. Damn, he had nothing to say about that one. Oh, maybe I should like keep going? Okay. Okay. You saw the two of them, the bellboy and the defendant, together? Yeah, the bellboy just wanted to say congrats. No. Now, while you were watching the two of them, did you notice anything strange? You know, I did feel something weird. I think it would because Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip. We already know that. A tip. But I just, okay, so how long do you want, okay? No more than a minute or two, I think, okay? And now we will go back to here. Okay, yeah, I think I should do it anyway. Yeah, we know that. We know it. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I would actually really like to see more of the relationship between Mia and Maya. I think that would be really cute, considering that we don't get a lot of content with them. Well, you see, Matt's not a poor penny pincher like me. I was trying to figure out how much it was because the tip really shocked me. How much was it? But that was something even more surprising happened. Hey, can you just ask one question at a... Can you just say one thing at a time? Willpowers? Yeah, at first you told us about the tip, and then you move on to his face before I have time to ask my question about the tip. Are we really shot? This here about the bellboy tip. The defendant is a huge cigar. He can afford to give generous tips. Wouldn't you agree? Sure. But giving him that much, was maybe a little too much, I think. A little too much. Would you please clarify for the court about how much you would say the defendant gave to the bellboy? Honestly, I don't know. I can't even begin to guess. And why is that? Because he gave the bellboy a really, really fat roll of cash. A roll of cash? Shit. Okay, we have to find a way to mediate this. How interesting. But certainly was a very generous tip, wasn't it? A very fat roll of cash can hardly be called a tip, Your Honor. The judge is beginning to look awfully suspicious of us. Okay, so we know that our guard is guilty, and that the reason why this money was so big is because this was probably the payment for doing the murder. But the thing is that even though our job is to find the bad guy and expose them, we can't do that. So we have to defend him. We have to explain this away. The defendant is a superstar. That kind of tip is typical fare for people like him. Don't object me. Are you saying that all superstars are super spenders? Okay, here's what I would say in response to this. No, Edward. I am not saying that all superstars are super spenders, but I am saying that of a majority of the people in this nation, the people most likely to be super spenders are people with high finances. People like superstars and billionaires. The common man can hardly afford to be a super spender. And of course, our defendant here is a superstar, and very clearly a super spender, if this piece of paper is good. Which, I probably wouldn't use this as evidence, but God, there's a lot of money. If I could receive large rolls of cash simply by blaming things to people on trays, then why on earth would I sit around here prostituting? I thought you did that because, like, you hated criminals and you wanted to punish them? He got a point. Even I don't get paid, yet I own rolls of cash all for all my hard work. So, why do we work again? I don't know why we work here. This place sucks. It doesn't sound like either of us are getting paid enough. Oh, who am I kidding? Edgeworth is of course he's getting paid enough. We know Edgeworth. We've seen his room and his car. This guy has a ton of money, let's be honest. So, supposing the roll of cash was not a tip, then what was it? Payment, Your Honor. Payment? Isn't it obvious? For the murder of Mr. Juan Tavita. Then the bellboy, the witness saw. Yes, he was the assassin. Shit. Edward just finished his speech. Now, hold your horses now, Mr. Edward. You don't have any proof of this, do you? Have I ever been unprepared to support my claims, Your Honor? I mean, I don't remember a lot of times. I mean, except for every time you've claimed someone was guilty, but it turns out they weren't guilty. If that counts, then you've been wrong every time. I have here the tarred Sally Detiller at the scene of the crime. Sally Detiller? He is the person the police's special investigation team had been chasing for ages. I am certain the person the witness saw was this very assassin, Sally Detiller. Really? Oh my gosh, I saw somebody get assassinated? Kinda, in a way. I can't believe it. I was just a couple rooms down from an assassin. I could have been assassinated. You know those people who talked about accidents, but they always put their name on it? I was 5 miles away from this car accident. I could have been there. Yeah, that's what I was referencing. No, nothing. Something just clicked in my head, and I think I just figured something out. Well, if you did, it's your job to tell us what it is. Oh? Actually, I saw the bellboy again later that night. Oh no, what is he gonna say? What? Mr. Powers, please testify. Tell us what you saw. Yes, sir, right away. Witness testimony. The second time! This is the second finale we've had. Not counting Rise from the Ashes, of course. This time, I was in that hallway because I had to go to the bathroom. And that's when the bellboy I saw came out of the room. Of course, when I say room, I mean Juan Torita's room. Now that I think about it, the bellboy did seem kinda out of place. So yeah, he had to be the assassin. I'm sure about it. This is why witness testimony isn't that reliable. Here's the thing about memory. Memory doesn't actually exist as a permanent item. Every time you remember something, you don't remember it, you're rebuilding it. The brain doesn't have a place to actually put memories into and store them. What happens is that a memory is a pattern in your brain, And every time you remember something, you're trying to recreate the pattern. Of course, memory isn't perfect, and that's because a part of the pattern is lost and altered every time. So, of course, in this situation, Powers is using this new information to kind of help out his memory. Of course, in that not, you know, he being influenced, kind of. I mean, what? You mean what? What do you mean? Thank you very much. That is all we need for now. Huh? But I'm not done. There's still more. Let us first establish the bell. Let us first establish that the bellboy was truly Mr. the Tiller. Then we shall see. So the bellboy came out of the victim's room. And if that bellboy really was the assassin, what are you gonna say now, Judge? It's proof that my client was the one who hired him? Then I think the answer is fairly obvious. That would be correct, Your Honor. Well, Mr. Wright, I believe it's your turn to entertain and make us laugh. No, I can say that better. Give me a minute. Well, Mr. Wright, I believe it's your turn to entertain and make us laugh. Damn, he treated us like a fucking joke. Ha 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 ha. This is no laughing matter. My sister's life is in your hands. Yeah, no, see, why would you laugh? Were you trying to play it off as an awkward joke? Miles Edwards literally just insulted your job title, basically. This time, I was in the hallway because I had to go to the bathroom. Yeah, people do. And then when the bellboy I saw earlier came out of the room. Of course, when I say room, I mean Juan Torita. Oh wait, I did plus on them now. Shit, I forgot. And what time was it? What time is it? I don't remember. The award ceremony ended around 8 p.m., right? And I went to Matt's room pretty soon after that. And then I came back. And then I went to the bathroom. So I think maybe it was around 8:10 by that time. You're not one for details, are you, Mr. Powers? I bet Mr. Powers, it doesn't make his sad face. Okay, well, not really sad, but I think it is an embarrassed face. Sorry. I thought maybe to tax mad and say my congrats. Why can't you just say congratulations? Okay. And then when the bellboy I saw came out of the room. Are you sure it was the same bellboy? Yeah. And how could you tell? Oh, the bellboy wear the same uniform after all. But you see, he had those stitches on his face. Shit. So I'm pretty sure it was the same guy that was talking with Matt. So which room did the bellboy come out of? Okay, I have to use a bathroom plate right now. Hello, everybody. We are back. Sorry, I had to use the bathroom. Let's get back into it right now. The victim's room, huh? Yeah, the one with all the pretty flowers and teddy bears. It was one room, alright. Words cannot describe how screwed I am. Man, I learned a few times Phoenix has actually said, like, a negative word. Like, I'm pretty sure the game has said the words hell, damn, and screwed. I'm not sure if there are any other, like, what do you call those words? Like, curse words? They're like negative. What do you call those words? Tell me down below. Like, I think it starts with a D. Let's continue with the testimony, shall we? Now that I think about it, the bellboy did seem out of place. So what is that you were so out of place about him? I love this face. It's just so, like, I don't know what to say. So I'm gonna say whatever comes to mind. Right. Why the insipid grin? Maybe because I have no idea what damaging thing he gonna say next. Well, the bellboy was empty-handed. Empty-handed? That bellboy was one of those room service people, right? But he wasn't pushing a cart, and he wasn't holding a tray either. Well, she probably just put it in the room. Or gave it to the person, right? You told that you're strange too, wouldn't you? I don't know. I've never really had room service bring me an item. I've been in a restaurant, and that kind of like having room service, except they give you food instead of room service. And I can never say that, like, I've been to a restaurant and I saw somebody with no, like, if I saw a waiter with nothing in their hand, I would assume that they just got done with a table. I agree that it is a little strange, Mr. Powers. But is it really that unusual for a bellboy to be empty-handed? What should I do? Should I let Mr. Powers' testimony slide? Yeah, no, we have to try to pull a fast one. There's nothing strange or unusual about an empty-handed bellboy. But it really, really is. There really, really isn't. If you two are done being school children, bellboys are for room service. There's no reason for them to be empty-handed, ever. Your Honor, I ask that the witness's previous statement be supplanted with this new one. Edgeworth, are you trying to do whatever you can to make the bellboy look suspicious? It's almost like it's your job, or something. I see. Very well. The court recognizes and retracts the prosecution's retract. Mr. Powers, if you could please amend your testimony. Yes, sir. I thought it would tie it to rain for a bellboy to do it. Okay, yeah. So, you're saying it's suspicious for him to be empty-handed? Yeah, really suspicious. I mean, when I first saw the bellboy, he was holding a tray in his hand, and there was a bottle of juice and a wine glass on it. Juice? What kind of juice? Tomato juice? Orange juice? Ew. Tomato juice is gross. If we could come up with some sort of reason as to why he would come out empty-handed, some sort of proof, then I think we could dodge the bullet on this one for now. Proof, huh? Sounds like another job for the tort record. Yeah, so he had to be the assassin. I'm sure of it. Please don't be so quick to judge. You're not the judge in this courtroom. He is. But it's kind of a Powers family thing. Judge before you can udge. Judge before you can budge. Oh, that's good. Judge before you can budge. Yay, oh, before you can even think about budging on your position, you judge them. Oh, that's good. I'm writing that down. What the fuck? Think of every person as a thief. That's a terrible motto. What happened to your family to make it like that? Well, I guess a thief and an assassin are both sneaky and silent. That's not the point, Phoenix. In any case, if that bellboy were the assassin, it would be very bad for us. But he really was the assassin, you know. Phoenix, I know that, you know that, but Maya will die if they know that. Yes, but you can't give in yet. If you want to play, you can't give in yet. If you want to prolong this trial for as long as possible, you're gonna have to pull some cheap tricks on this one. Man, Maya is totally okay doing this for her sister. I think that's cute, actually. Not cute, maybe admirable how much she cares about her. I have a feeling that if this was Mia, if Phoenix was Mia, I have a feeling she would have a hard time doing this if it was anybody else. Oh, God damn it. Sorry. I got confused about what button he whipped. Here. Okay, yeah, so we have to do this one. But yeah, you can already see that this new evidence is kind of making him oh, it's probably this. Pretty sure it has to be... No. I'm pretty sure it has to be this one. Yeah. No, wait, is it? Oh, yeah, there's the bottle. There's the tray. Okay. So maybe it's this one. Mr. Powers. Yeah. Yes? You're easily influenced by other people's words, aren't you? Isn't everybody? Well, almost everybody. As soon as you heard that the bellboy might be the killer, you got caught up in believing it must be true. But isn't he really suspicious? He got all those seditious and... So, a baseball has seditious? Are you saying all baseballs are suspicious because they have seditious? Well, there's also... what about him being empty-handed? Also, I love that line that Phoenix just said. It was such a nonsense argument. But, she isn't wrong. Think about it. Okay, yes. This person has seditious. But that doesn't have anything to do with anything. I think that the implication is that the killer got them in a fight or during an assassination. But here's the deal. He could have easily gotten it during an accident or the war. I don't know how old he is. Age is ... So, no. no willpowers. The fact that she had surgery is not proof that she's a bad person. That's not proof. I would like the tour to please take a look here. This is the crime scene. There is a wine glass sitting next to Mr. Toledo's body. The liquid inside this glass is tomato juice. And now, if you would look at what is on top of the table on the lower right corner here, anyone can clearly see that that is a tray with a bottle of tomato juice on it. The bellboy had just brought this to Mr. Toledo's room. He left the tray in the room, which is why he was empty-handed when he left. Ah! But that would mean that the bellboy had seen and left a dead body in the room. No, it isn't. What happened was that the bellboy walked in. Mr. Toledo was still alive. He took the drink, and then he drank it, and then at some point he died. No. But can you prove that Mr. Toledo was already dead at the time? Mr. Edgeworth. Yes? I blame you for leading me down this route. Yeah, blame him. He ain't the prosecutor. He. I'm terribly sorry. What is with him? Why is he laughing? Never trusted Edgeworth when he's laughing. Witness, isn't there one more thing you would like to share with us? Is there? The bellboy was empty-handed. Or should I say, empty-handed. Well, Edgeworth, those are the same words. Do you need help? You said the bellboy was empty-handed. And then you said the bellboy was empty-handed. You said the same word 2 times. Was there a difference? Well, of course there was a difference. Do you not see the emphasis I put on the word hand? No, I didn't hear the difference. Well, I clearly said it as empty-handed. That sounds the same. Well, but I put it in red. You put what in red? There's nothing there. What? No, look at it. What do you mean? You're talking to me. You can't see sound. Wait, you can't see it? No. What are you even looking at? You're looking at nothing. I'm sorry, I had to make that joke. It was funny. I do not apologize for making that dumb joke with my hands. I've been told you had something interesting to say about his hands. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Huh? What? The bellboy, he was wearing gloves. Gloves? Yeah, pitch black, the other ones. All the other bellboys don't wear gloves like that, right? Black rubber gloves. Why didn't you mention that earlier? Sorry, it slipped my mind. Boy, did they make the bellboy sure look suspicious. Alright, time to focus. I can't get react here. Okay. So what if he had gloves? A lot of bellboys wear gloves. Come on, Mr. Wright. That bellboy was wearing black rubber ones. So, a football is made of rubber? Are you saying all footballs are suspicious because they're made of rubber? But that man, he received a large roll of cash from the defendant. Damn. Phoenix, you are popping off here. You're giving all the good arguments. Yeah, it's kind of weird that he was wearing different gloves, but what if he was a germaphobe? Also, you know what is really weird? Okay, so bellboys get paid. So yeah, what am I trying to say? The hotel would have a record of every employee on their payroll. I am really surprised that Edgeworth hasn't decided to ask the hotel about this employee. Because he isn't an employee. Yet even if we don't have his name, all Mr. Edgeworth would have to say is, "Hello, hotel owner. Do you have an employee who has stitches on his face going this way?" And obviously, the person is gonna say, "No, we don't have an employee like that." So, the only reason why Miles Edgeworth hasn't said that is because he wants the trial to keep going for as long as possible. Yeah. And she was seen the trial wearing black rubber gloves. I do not think that even someone like myself can believe he was just another bell boy. It seems we have finally come to an understanding. Now then, witness, please continue with the rest of your testimony. The rest? Oh yes, please, tell us more. There's more? Phoenix, are you sure that Maya had to live this long? She's already 18 years old. She's had a full childhood at least. Some people don't even have childhoods. Not good ones anyway. Okay. The second meeting. After leaving Juan's room, the bellboy left and knocked on that door. Just like it. Just like that. He did something to the person inside the room. Then the old guy just left, without even going inside the room. After that, I went back to the bathroom and to my seat. So the bellboy, after leaving the crime scene, Nat went to the defendant's room. Yeah, I kinda saw it all by accident. Really? I thought you did that all on purpose. Yet by absolute purpose, you knew all the shit that would happen. Some accident. I'd say you saw too much. And all of it was suspicious to high heaven. I think it is safe to say we can no longer consider this bellboy normal. He's an abnormality, an oddity. Now then, let's get started, shall we? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. Yes, Your Honor. I'm dead, Mia. We're dead. You know, you're gonna see your sister in heaven anyway. Is it really that bad that she died a little sooner? God, that was dark. Is that what you saw while you were busy spying? Excuse me? I may be a poor, underpaid action star, but even I wouldn't stoop to spying. Oh, they did, Phoenix. Keep ruffling him up. Well, I think the point is, where do you want all of this from, Mr. Powers? Is that the point? from the side of the bathroom with my left eye and a sneaky spy. I knew he was spying. He's a spying sack of shit. Please, does it really matter if he was doing it over or underhandedly? What did the bellboy do next? That's all I care to know. He gave something to the person inside the room. Oh shit, wait, no, I have to read that. Sorry guys, I forgot. I forgot what my job was in a second. I said hold it. Okay. That's better. Ahem. What kind of statement was that? Please elaborate and give us a few more details. Okay. I should probably ask him only one question at a time. Ask about the something. He gave something to this person? Yeah? And what was this something? If I remember what it was, I wouldn't be calling it a something, would I? But this implied that something was removed from the scene of the crime. Are you sure you really can't remember, Mr. Powers? I think it was something kind of small. Well, I hope it was small. Imagine if you were moving a refrigerator and you forgot what that something was. Yeah, if you can't remember it, I kind of hope it had to be small for you to forget about it. Please, try to remember what it was. I'll try. In the meantime, you had talked about another point, namely, what the bellboy did next. So after he gave the person inside the room the thing, then the old guy just left without even going inside the room. Where did the bellboy go after he left Mr. Ondard's room? He opened the door to Viola Hall. Went inside there, and who knows after that, right? I do. He kidnapped Maya, right? That's what you're gonna say? It was horrible. Did you see anything strange, suspicious, or just out of the ordinary at the time? Oh yeah, I saw one thing. What? He saw something else? There was this jittery alien with a ray gun. You're just talking about Miss Oldbad wearing a security costume? Really? Okay. It was watching Juan's door like some kind of seductor. We know what you're talking about, man. And it's not weird at all. I think we can all forget about the alien. Well, Mr. Power's testimony just now was as vague as his first one. It's a little troublesome, isn't it? Oh, sorry, right? But I'm sure if you press him enough, everything will become clear. Although, that just might make it harder on us, doesn't it? Talk about a huge situation. Okay, now, I'm pretty sure there was one that, like, okay, yeah. Yeah, okay, it's this one. I wanted to ask the other question. Ask about the person inside. So, who took this something the bellboy handed off? Actually, I don't know. How can you not? You don't know a lot about anything. Well, what do you mean? I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm. Only an arm? Were they, what color was it? Black? White? Yellow? Red? I'm just saying colors at this point. So, then, you're saying you didn't see the person's face? Yeah. I would like to summarize the testimony up to this point, if you don't mind. When the bellboy left the crime scene, he immediately went to the defendant's room. There, he handed a small item of some sort to the person inside. As for the person who received the item, all you could see was that person's arm. Yes, it was just like that. Mr. Edgeworth, is this really all that important? Of course, Your Honor. I think this is of utmost importance. This is when whatever was removed from the crime scene was handed over to the client. Mr. Powers, please try to remember what it was that the bellboy handed off. Well, yeah, see, I think it was... No. If you remember, please add it to your testimony. Yes, sir. If I saw it... Oh! Okay. If I saw it again, I could say for sure. But I think it was some sort of wooden statue. The only wooden items we have... is it made of wood? I don't know. Probably isn't. But yeah, the only real wooden statue we have is this one. Also, hey, am I the only person who thinks that the doll looks like it's made out of more like plastic? It looks more plastic than wood, right? Oh wait, shit. No, I had to go here. Yeah, okay. A statue? Yeah, it kinda looked like one, I guess. If I saw the actual thing again, I'd probably remember it, you know? This trial to proceed. For this trial to proceed, I'm gonna have to come up with whatever this statue thing is and show it to him. You're gonna have to trust your instincts on this one and take a chance, Phoenix. Well, Mr. Powers, yet continue with your testimony. What did the bellboy do after that? Okay. Okay, so what we have to do is we have to go to here and present it to him, which I think is actually a really dangerous move, but yet do it anyway. What? Why nobody talking? I presented the right item. Oh no, did I get it wrong? What was the point of that pregnant pause? Where did that objection come from? Well, Sabita. It was me, Your Honor. What is it, Phoenix? What is it, Phoenix? Do you need to use the restroom? I thought we already went at the house. I have a feeling that something bad is gonna happen when I show this. I did say trust your instincts. Mr. Wright, if you have something to say, please spit it out. Yes, Your Honor. Okay, Phoenix. Deep breath. Mr. Powers, there's something you saw. Well, was it this item? Maybe? Oh, hey, that's it. That's the something. Wow, Mr. Wright, you really figured it out. I was told we found this at Matt Dark Mansion. Well, thought. Mia, I did say that I thought something bad was gonna happen. At the defendant's house? What does this mean? It's simple, Your Honor. Shelly the Killer assassinated Juan Tarita in his room. And then he stole this wooden bear from the crime scene. Then the bear being found at Mr. Ondar's mansion would mean... Does it mean that Ondar is Shelly the Killer? It goes without saying, Your Honor. I knew it! Shelly the Killer and Matt Ondar are the same person. Think about it. They both have the same name. Matt Ondar, Shelly the Killer. They both have the same number of... No, wait, they don't have anything in common, do they? Well, that joke went nowhere. Mr. Matt Ondar is Shelly the Killer's client. I knew it! I knew it! I knew that Matt Ondar and Shelly the Killer were the same person. They both have two of the same letter right next to each other. Bam! I'm an expert judge, aren't I? The male puppet. Yeah. God, I'm a child. Order. Order. I said order! Mr. Wright, this is a most unfortunate turn of events for you. Yeah. Sorry, Mia. No, it's alright. Your judgment was sound. Actually, I figured the bear would come up. If not now, it would have later on. Even if you hadn't shown it to the court, I'm sure your friend Edward would have. I almost forgot that he knew about it too. I think it is clear that there is no need for us to continue this trial. I tell you, this happened. I have to do something. There has to be something we've overlooked. Your Honor! A minute, please! Yes, Mr. Wright. There are still a few points we have not fully explored. What are you trying to pull? I'm trying to pull my friend from the jaws of death. Oh, well then we can't have that. Alright, Phoenix. What is the threatening point you... Oh, shit. Well, we don't know anything about the bear itself. Although I really should save right now. The bear itself, what is it? I think it is fairly obvious that the bear itself is very questionable. The bear, Mr. Wright. This was found at Mr. Ondar's mansion. However, Mr. Ondar was arrested at the hotel that night. Which means that since the murder occurred, he had not had a chance to go home. Oh. I think Your Honor has already figured out what I'm trying to say. How could it have gotten there? It is not possible that it was Mr. Ondar who took this bear to the mansion. Why, that's very true. We didn't consider that point, Mr. Wright. There was no way, time-wise, for the defendant to have taken this bear home. Disaster averted, it looks like. You haven't gotten the best of me yet, Mr. Wright. Huh? I remember it clear as day. I remember what you muttered to yourself at Oddar Mansion. We have this area completely surrounded. There's no way for him to escape. I can't believe it. That butler, all this time, he was the killer. The killer and On Guard were working together, so to speak. And the killer was hiding at On Guard Mansion as its butler. What a bold move. The bear figurine was brought to On Guard Mansion by the killer himself. When it looked like he was about to be arrested, our guard had him do so. I assume because it would have been bad had the police found it during their investigation. Well, Mr. Wright, you've been silent for quite a while now. This is too much. There isn't anything I can attack at all? Oh, isn't there anything I can attack at all? I have to try. I have to find something. What will you do now, Mr. Wright? Do you plan to A, give up, B, keep going, C, put peanut butter in your mouth? I don't know. I would then make a penis joke for the last one. I plan to expose a clearly shady place in Mr. Power's testimony. What? What a bold new move. Almost like Max Peeble's big move. What? There's still another one? There is indeed, Your Honor. And it's quite a questionable point. What are you trying to pull? I'm trying to pull off the truth. Or a lie, whichever one. Oh, well, we can't have that. Alright, Mr. Wright. What questionable point would you like to explore further? Oh, okay, so this just goes back to the same one. The person who received the bear. There was one thing in Mr. Power's testimony that was very unclear. And that is the identity of the person who received the bear. He gave something to the person inside the room. I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm. And we don't know who was that. And we don't know who it was that took the bear. We cannot be sure of. Ah! What was that? Huh? 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 What? You said ah! You literally said ah! Why wouldn't we look at you? What is it, Mr. Powers? If you're trying to believe like that, at least there was a good reason. Oh yeah, sorry. Actually, so I remembered. I remember who took the. Oh, fuck. What? Really? I mean, I only saw his arm. But the arm It was the Steel Samurai's arm. How do you not remember that in the first place, though? You would think if there was somebody's arm, it would be, like, pretty obvious, right? There's a robot arm. You have got to be kidding me. Are you sure of that, Mr. Powers? Because nobody here believes you and your crazy bullshit. Yeah, I'm sure it was the little samurai. Oh shit, that is a lot brighter. Order! Order! You've done your own grave yet again. Are you talking about me, Judge? Why? How many times is that today? I've lost count. So the person who, oh my god, it turned the table like so dark too, why? So the person who took this little bear was the little samurai. And as we know, Matt on guard is the little samurai. No, whoever wears the costume is the little samurai. I thought you would know this, Edward. I thought you were a fan of this Steel Samurai. Thanks to the defense, we have made that all the clearer. I believe we've heard enough. We now know why this bear figurine was at the defendant's mansion, as well as who it was that received the bear from his room. Who received the bear from the assassin in his room. Everything is becoming very clear. The client who hired the assassin to commit the murder was Mr. Matt on guard. I see no reason for this trial to continue. Therefore, I will hand down my verdict. Why is it that every time the judge is gonna hand down a faulty verdict, it never feels right? Yeah, I know from a narrative point of view, it makes sense why it doesn't feel right. Yeah, out of universe, we know that she's not supposed to do it yet. But also, in universe, it feels like this is a very poor time to hand down the verdict. Both parties haven't come to an agreement on anything. Thank you, Your Honor, for your understanding. You see, Mr. Wright, you can't fight the truth. You could not win against the truth, could you? I knew it would turn out this way. After all, what Edward has stated is the truth. Any last objections, Mr. Wright? Well, do I? What should I do? Well, I'm not gonna sit here and listen to him give a bad verdict. Man, it's so weird saying that because technically, if we did not have Maya hanging over our heads, I would totally let the verdict happen. But now, I have to raise an objection for a murderer. What a horrible world. There's only one way for me to drag this trial out. The only thing I have left is this one dirty trick. Your Honor, right now, we have these two reasons to believe my client is the assassin's client. I know that's very confusing. Oh, is she my client? Is she the assassin's client? Is she both? Reason number one, he accepted the bear figurine from the assassin. Reason number 2. That very same figure was found at the Aldard mansion. However, it is important, guys. Listen up. Listen up. It's possible that this is all the work of a certain other person. What are you trying to say? What I am saying is, it's possible a different person is the killer's real client. The real client. Yes. Tick, tick. Is that all you have? Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your theory. Who do you say is the killer's real client, and therefore the real murderer? Okay, so I think it is pretty obvious who the dame wants me to choose. Yeah, okay, so there are a couple options that make sense. And the only two that really worked out is we could say it is Matt Aldard. Or we could say it's Adrian Andrews. During the entire trial, these two have been the only real suspects. And, of course, Matt Aldard is literally holding our friend hostage. So we can't choose him, so... Sorry, Adrian. But you're giving your life to help someone else. And, in a way, isn't that the most noble pursuit? Adrian Andrews? Yes, we already know that she tried to flame Matt Aldard for the crime. By wearing a Saban Nithal Samurai costume. Ah! Then the Nithal Samurai's arm I saw. That could very well have been Miss Andrews. But what about Mr. Aldard? If you would please recall yesterday's testimony, he was guilty of taking a cat nap in his room. The defendant was busy taking a nap during the break period. That's right. Then, finding this figure at Aldard Mansion, it was a well-laid trap set by Adrian Andrews. Mr. Edward, what is your opinion on this? I cannot even begin to count the flaws in the defense's logic. Besides which, there is no evidence to support it. Well, there's no evidence to support your dumb theory either way. Because think about it. I am saying that the reason why the statue was found at Aldard's house is because it was planted there by Adrian Andrews. You were saying the reason it was there is because the bellboy was working with him. But both of our theories use the same piece of evidence. So how is yours any better than mine? However, I cannot fully discount its possibility either. What is with this trial? Come on, anyone can tell that Aldard did it. I can't believe the defense would go so far as to pin the guilt on someone else. Yeah, unbelievable. It's not something petty, it's murderable things. This is to save Maya. This is to save Maya. Even if the whole world turns against me, this is one fight I can't give up on. Order! 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 All disruptive party will be forced to leave the courtroom. Your Honor, for the benefit of the defense, I am willing to play along with his what-if game. His what-if game, Mr. Edward? Yes, I did call it a what-if game. I was doing that to demean his idea, as if it was a game of sorts. The prosecution is prepared to challenge the defense's theory. You bought yourself more time. Mr. Wright, you must have thought it... Mr. Wright, even you must have thought it strange and wondered. Why would the criminal want this little wooden bear? He's right. Even though I've never mentioned it in any text box, I have been wondering that. The killer did especially bring that bear to on guard right away. Why do you ask? Is there something special about it? Absolutely. And I'm certain that once the court knows its significance, the true killer's identity will become crystal clear. Your Honor, the prosecution calls upon a witness who will clear all doubts against Miss Andrews. And who would that be? Miss Andrews herself? It's quite simple, Your Honor. Miss Adrian Andrews herself. Yeah, I knew it. I knew it. I see. Well then, the court will take a short 10-minute recess. The prosecution will prepare its witness in that time. Yes, Your Honor. Oh, wow. Okay, I really thought we were dead to be continued. Okay. Oh, wait, I really have to get in the mood for this one. Give me a minute. Oh, I knew it was a good idea to hold her hostage. Don't you agree, Mr. Lawyer? But I never thought that in your desperation, you would try to pin the guilt on Adrian. I fear this demon will pay. Mr. Ned. Players, where's Mia? I don't know. A really strong power suddenly pulled her away. A really strong power. Maya? Be-da-da-do-da-da-do. Beetle-beetle-beetle-beetle-beetle-beetle-beetle-boo. Oh, Mr. Nick, your cell phone is from Dumshoe. Beep. How's it going? How have you been hanging in there, pal? Yeah. How you been hanging in there, pal? Yeah, sort of. We just barely found something to latch onto. Phew, that's good, pal. Yeah, what about you? Anything yet? Have you figured out where Datilla and Maya are? Well, we still don't have any leads, but... What? We don't have any more time. If we just had one, even a single clue would be really helpful. I was only able to come this far because I kept thinking to myself, I thought I'd keep the trial going until Maya's been rescued. But have I just run out of luck this time? Is all our hope for naught? A tent. Huh? A tent? I can see a circus tent. Mia! It looked like Mia was unconscious until just a few minutes ago. As soon as she woke up, she told for me. So it was Mia that told you away. She's locked in a dusty little room right now. but I could see a circus tent outside the window, about 300 feet away. I could not predict how far away it is, right? If somebody were to ask me how far away something is, I could not give them a number. I could not. Dumb Sue, is there a circus in town right now? Ooh, is this gonna be a reference to the very big circus? That would be interesting. There's only one, pal. There's only one, pal. The very big circus. Maya is somewhere within a 300-foot radius of the main tent. What? Okay, hold on a second, pal. Hey, draw a circle on that map. About 300-foot radius from the main circus tent. Hurry! And I can see a mailbox under the window just outside. Dumb Sue, there's also a mailbox. Okay, what else? What else, Mia? I'm sorry, but it was a very small window. I couldn't see anything else. Really? You couldn't see a sign? Or you couldn't see a sign? Or how tall your building was in comparison to other buildings? Nothing else? Okay, that's good, that's good. It felt like I was in an old office building. Maybe the 3rd floor or so. I heard her. In the old office building. Good stuff, pal. Okay, just hang on in there. Just a little yonder, pal. Wish us luck. Good luck. I'll call you later, so don't let your battery die, okay, pal? Imagine not coming to court with a full battery. I could never, right? If I were to go to court in this situation, my phone would be fully charged. Mia, Maya's not hurt, right? She's gonna play bad sedate, Phoenix. She's being starved. Come, Sue. Please, hurry. You're getting out of time. Are you alright, Phoenix? It's only a matter of time before Maya gets rescued. I can do this. I just have to make the trial last a little longer. Okay? Wow, I wonder what is gonna be the to be continued spot. Court will now reconvene. The killer. The killer, the man who murdered the victim, handed this to her client. From this, one obvious question arises. Why this particular item? I believe the answer to that question will provide us with the name of the real culprit. Now then, the prosecution told the defendant's manager, Adrian Andrews, to the stand. Oh, sorry, I have bad hiccups or something. Currently, the witness is accused of tampering and obstruction of justice. However, you have been told to the witness stand today to ascertain who exactly is guilty of murder. I understand. Very good. Now, have you ever seen this bear before, Miss Andrews? Of course I have. Really? You know about it? What is it? You have seen it before. That's right. It's only natural that the witness has. Miss Andrews, Could you please enlighten the torch to this bear's secret? Alright. Why? Why did she... The bear figurine. Actually, this is an elaborate puzzle. If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece at a time. At its center is a small cavity with just enough room to store a small object. Because of its complexity, if you don't know the order, you can't open the bear. You really can't tell there's a small jewelry box just by looking at it. I mean, it's not really a jewelry box. It's a puzzle, like, a jewelry box. Okay, I'm not a woman, and I don't wear jewelry at all. So I don't know what is the definition of a jewelry box. But like, I would assume that the main thing that makes something a jewelry box is that it has more than one place to put your jewelry so you can organize it. But also, like, it should be, like, big enough to hold more than, like, a tiny object. I don't know. Yeah, how much can you fit in it? So, this figure, it's a container of sorts, is it? Yes, looks can be deceiving, wouldn't you agree? Yes, there's superb craftsmanship. Oh yes, I nearly forgot. You may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. It looks like there really is something to this bear after all. Cross-examination. The bear figurine. Okay. So we've said all we have to do is get more information for now. The day will tell us when we can actually contradict something. A puzzle. That's right. But it looks like an ordinary figurine. True enough. To people who don't know, I'm sure they would never guess that this is a puzzle. So, what kind of puzzle is this exactly? If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece at a time. So you can take it apart. And how do one go about doing it? Because on this box, all you have to do is twist off the top and then unscrew every single one of these nuts. And then you can open it after you remove all the nuts. That's how you open this puzzle box that I printed using my 3D printer. Well, you first turn the tail to the right and then push it in. Oh yes, I see. After that, the arms and legs are free to move and can be removed. Oh yes, they're most interesting. A boy and his new toy. It's like he's 5 all over again. And that was 800 years ago. That's funny. I like how he's just playing with it in the background. Oh, don't mind me. Go ahead and carry on. I think he lost it. So what do you find after you take the puzzle apart? Oh, sorry, my throat hurts. I'm gonna take some more water. At its center is a small cavity with just enough space to fit a small object. Oh wait, shit, I need to go back on that one. Still here, okay, yeah. And how do you know about this? I know because I was the one who bought it. Oh, okay. Huh? It was a souvenir from when a friend and I went to Switzerland. Then this is a present from you? That's right. It was a puzzle in the shape of a bear, so I thought it would be perfect for Juan. So it was a present from Miss Andrews. That explains how she knew so much about it. Witness, let's continue with your testimony. So you can just move the camera a bit more here. Okay, because of the complexity, if you don't know the order, you can't open it. So, who exactly knew how to solve this puzzle? Only the two of us, Juan and myself. It was a souvenir from Switzerland. So I doubt that there are many people with this same bear in this country. But this looks like it could be easily broken. Well, yeah, but it isn't. Especially if someone wanted to get at what's inside. Well, yeah, but to do that, they would have to know that there's something in it. And they would have to be okay with breaking it, even if they don't know what's in it. Well, it's a toy. But it can never be the same again once it's been broken. So, we know that it hasn't been broken. You really can't tell, it's just a small jewelry box. Who else knows that this bear is actually a... Who else knows that this bear is actually a small container or jewelry box, even though it doesn't look like one at all? It doesn't even work like one. I never told anyone. And Soleana and Juan never told anyone either. Then only the two of us knew. The two of you, huh? Then of course, that means Mr. Adar didn't know, right? I think that's about all of the depth for now. Figurine, a wooden puzzle with a hollow inside. Only Tarita and Andrew knew how to open it. Can we take that as a fact? Updated in the court record. Well, Mr. Wright, I think even you have to come to realize. Huh? No, I haven't come to realize that there is one very important fact we have uncovered, and it is this. This bear is actually a jewelry box. Wow, Edgeworth. You truly are Captain Obvious, and I am at your service, sir. Yeah, no, I knew that, but what did that have to do with anything? Now, we haven't agreed to this point. Yeah, I thought that'd be pretty obvious. There's only one logical question that can come next, and that is this. What is inside this box? What's inside? What's inside the box? Open the box! If you know what I'm referring to, comment down below. What's in the box? That's right. That is what we are gonna find out next. Witness? Yes? You are the only person who can open this. Please. There's a painful silence hanging over the courtroom. All eyes are on Miss Andrews now as she solves the puzzle and takes the bear apart. Click. I've opened it. Is that what I think it is? Is that what I think it is? Her suicide note. Is this it? What else would it be? What else would they both want? What is that? It looks like a note. I do not think we need to dash at what this is, do we, Mr. Wright? How did you know what it was? It's the suicide note. The suicide note? The suicide note left by one Toledo's former manager, Sayette Impact. Until now, no one knew of its whereabouts. But just as we have suspected, it was hidden. Hidden by the victim, Ron Toledo himself. It seems Sayette Impact had really beautiful handwriting. And she had just as beautifully signed her own name on this document. This is most definitely the note she left right before her suicide. Yeah, I'm not one of those chumps. I'm not gonna say slew or slide. It's a suicide and it is a part of life. A part we don't want to talk about. But it's there. And we have to teach about it. Order! Witness! Did you know about this? Yes, I did. I heard about it from Juan. When I discovered his body, I looked for the bear. I wanted to destroy the note before it became public. But I couldn't find it anywhere. Because it had already been taken by the killer. Every day is going at Mr. Edwards' pace. So now that the suicide note has been found, what is the next logical question? What it says? What is written on that note? That's right. At least, like what I would think. Now then, I believe it is only appropriate that the contents of this note be made known. Okay, so I actually have a really interesting question. Can you do this? Yeah, okay, let's say there was a murder case where they find the contents of a note like this that might actually be very important to a murder case. Would the prosecution be allowed to read the note in the courtroom to the jury? That is my question. If anybody knows the answer to that, write it down below, please. I would love to know if it is legal or not. I can't stop you, can I? I went through so much just to get my hands on it. And I was gonna burn it for her sake. I am deeply sorry, but I cannot allow you... Wait, no, I can say this better. Give me a minute. I'm deeply sorry, but I can't allow you to persuade me to stop. Your Honor, if you could please read the contents of this note out loud. Man, he really is gonna read it. Very well. The judge's voice rang loud and clear through the deadly silent courtroom. In her note, Sayette Impact left us a record of all that had happened to her. About being used and then thrown away by armed guard. About being engaged to Tarita and Matt's role in destroying that. And about how she decided, in her despair, to end it all. Okay, you know what I would love for somebody to write? I would love if somebody out there would want to try their hand at writing the note. Because as good of a game as this is, I think it has one tiny problem. How do I explain this? It likes to go to the edge. It likes to go to the edge, very close to the edge, but it never wants to do a bit more than that. It's not ready to dive in yet. Here's a good example. In the second taste of the entire series, there was a list of names. There was a list of names of people that Red Wright had blackmailed. And some of them he had made commit suicide. And we hear about it, but we never actually get any, news about it, We never get anything about them. We don't get a name of them. We don't get more details than what they did and that they committed suicide. So I feel like the game is always hovering near the edge, but it's not ready to go all the way in. And in this one, we have a suicide note. The game is actually it's kind of going a bit further than last time, but it still isn't willing to go all the way with here is a real suicide note. And I know what you're gonna say. That's dark. It's too dark. But we are already in it. This game has already given us the topic. You might as well give us more of it. If it makes kids sad, then they'll learn about it. And maybe they'll help people who might end up this. So I don't know. They don't have to do it. I just think it would be really good. Maybe the writer just wasn't sure if he could handle that. I don't know. There is one thing I would like to say here. The prosecution has no interest in slandering Mr. Ondard. Then what? Our intention, Your Honor, is to establish a motive for murder. A motive for guilt is what I was gonna say. But no. Our intention, Your Honor, is to establish a motive for murder, not guilt. Isn't that correct, witness? Yes. On the night of the murder, Ron would then make the contents of this note public. After the post-ceremony show, he would hold a press conference. My word. Matt Ondard values above all. Matt Ondard values above all else his refreshing a sublime breeze image, which is why he had to stop this note from being made public. At any cost. Sayak's suicide note, found inside the figurine. It tells of Ondard's horrible misdeeds. Damn. It's Ondard's fault that that woman killed herself. And this time he even went so far to tell someone else to stop him from revealing that. How terrible. What a selfish person. I think there are slimeball lawyers who will defend these tweets too. There is no room for that. I sound way too happy about that. There is no room for doubt here. Mr. Detiller's client's goal was to obtain this suicide note. And the only person who needed this note that badly is the defendant. Okay, you know what I was just about to say before I realized how dumb it is? I was about to say that, Matt Ondard isn't the only person who was revealed to be selfish in the note. What about what about Juan Tarina, who was also bad-mouthed in the note, because the note does talk about how, like, Tarina broke up with her because of Metaldard. So in the note, they both looked bad. But then I realized, oh wait, he's dead. Yeah, I'm dumb, guys. I'm very dumb. Yet not forget that the bear with the note inside was found at the defendant's house. It seems we have come to the truth at last. The defendant's motives were entirely selfish. He deserves no sympathy from anyone. Damn, that's harsh. If the judge is saying it, you know it's harsh, because the judge is like the most moral person in here. He kinda is. He's the most unbiased person in here anyway. How am I supposed to escape from this one? Why the hesitation, Phoenix? Dubs you hasn't told yet, so you know what you must do. I know. I have to carry on and buy him some more time. Okay, there are 2 deadly pieces of evidence. The figurine and this suicide note. Maybe somehow I can find a way out of the situation through one of those. The dabble is already in the judge's hand. Phoenix, hurry! The suicide note or the figurine. Which one of these should I pursue? I'm gonna do both, but I just want to choose the figurine first. Please wait, Your Honor. Oh man, look at that lawyer. He's still going at it? It's like he doesn't care he tried to let the killer off the hook. The assassin took this from the time machine after murdering Mr. Tarita. At the request of his client, of course. So, what is your point, Mr. Wright? I do not think it is possible that the killer's client was Mr. Matt Aldard. In fact, I think there's a contradiction here. You cannot tell just by looking at it that this bear is really a jewelry box. The chances that Matt Aldard knew the note was inside this bear are 0 to none. Oh, I didn't think about it that way. Exactly, but I did think of it that way, and I thought it was rather strange. After all, there is no reason why Mr. Aldard would ever want a jewelry box like this. Order. You make a valid point, Mr. Wright. Mr. Edward, what is your opinion? Your rebuttal, if you will. It was just a flash, but I think I did rather well on this one. Unfortunately, I think he believes differently. Oh no. I believe a show of appreciation is in order. Huh? The defense seems to be in love with wishing more despair upon itself. Oh, that's a hard line. The defense seems to be in love with wishing more despair upon itself. I would like to direct the court's attention to this. It is a very small video camera, Your Honor. Oh, I get what he gonna say. He gonna say that the reason why Oddar knew about the suicide note being inside the bear is because he saw it using the camera. But does that really make sense? This type of camera is commonly used as a means of spying. Spying? What the... I thought that spy camera was in my possession. Matt Oddard and the victim both thought of the other as their biggest rival. They even went so far as to use this type of item to find each other's weaknesses. And the victim, Juan Torita, was being spied on. His personal life was being watched by none other than Mr. Matt Oddard. Order! Order! Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor? You. Don't tell me you knew about your client's spying activity. Well, sort of. Why would you say that? I would not reveal that. Sorta is not an acceptable answer, Mr. Wright. I see you are confused, Mr. Wright. You're probably thinking, but I have the camera that was in the bit. You were probably thinking, but I have the camera that was in the seduced bear's eye. How did he know what I was thinking? Is it because my words are somehow being projected in mid-air right next to me? Okay, you know what I find really funny? That was not an exact translation. That was not an exact translation of my words. Yeah, okay, yeah, it was kind of the same. But also, it wasn't the exact same words. But, in the second case of Ace Attorney, what was her name? Miss April May did say exactly what we were thinking. So that implies that April May is better at predicting people's minds than Edgeworth. And that is a hilarious idea to me. But this camera I have is not the same one. Last night, I searched the victim's house on a hunch using this W's Bud Sleeper. Wait, don't you have access to better ones? The reason why Dumsu had to use his is because he couldn't get back in to the police department. But you could. So why do you use his? By the way, Mr. Wright, the defendant's fingerprints were found on this camera. Shit. Matt Oddar's fingerprints were on there? Well, Phoenix? Yeah, those cameras were hidden all over the place, huh? What am I supposed to say to that evidence? I think this is the end. It's fairly obvious that Mr. Oddard learned of the suicide note through this. Okay, but can you prove it? Have you ever seen a single piece of footage that says that? Do you? Yeah, because in Oddard's house, there was a whole room of videotapes. Did you watch all those tapes? Did you see Oddard? Did you have... Okay, how do I phrase this? Did you find in Matt Aldar's mansion a tape that showed Juan Torita having the suicide note and putting it in this bear? Do you? Do you have definitive proof that proves that there was evidence that my client filmed that moment and knew of it? Or are you just assuming he was watching the victim all along? She got me good this time. I don't have anything to tell her that. Hey now, what's that lawyer dating? Mommy, is that man the bad pillar guy? Shh, don't look at him. The way he's flirting is just so ill, nasty. Phoenix? Yes, Chief? Have you figured out what you're gonna do next yet? What I'm gonna do next? So you running away like a frightened child work? I know it seems like Mr. Edwards is very close to putting the lid on this case, but in his eagerness to prove his point, he's forgotten one very important thing. Well, what is it, Mia? There is one piece of evidence he really should investigate. Something he should really investigate? I would really hate to see the good prosecutor that Sadol did for not remembering to look into this item when he had the chance. Why are you speaking in riddles all of a sudden? You're not usually the type. I think I understand. Alright, I think we all understand now. Everything. Well, Mr. Wright, you don't have any further objections, do you? What is this piece of evidence Mia is talking about? Can I figure out what it is? That should still need to be looked over, or should I let it go? I think, well, we're not gonna let it go, that's dumb. We're gonna end the game that way. I have an objection, Your Honor. Nah. That was about the weakest objection I've ever heard, Mr. Wright. Oh, that's good. That was good. Your Honor, the defense had no intention of letting this go that easily. Oh, you know what would have been funnier? Or what would have been funny? What if, for that one objection, the game developers turned up the volume on that objection all the way up? Yeah, can you imagine that? That'd be hilarious. I think it would be anyway. You are beginning to sound... you are beginning to sound desperate. That's just your imagination, Your Honor. You don't know that. Mr. Edward, this should not yike you at all. Huh? In your eagerness to prove your point, you've forgotten one very important thing. Hey, isn't that what I just said? Don't take my lines, Phoenix. Tell me. I'll lend them to you. But you can't just take them without asking for them. Meanie. So, you're telling me I've forgotten something. You're so close, Mr. Edward. I think now is really the time to save. You're so close, Mr. Edward. But there's something you really should examine about this piece of evidence. What is it? Okay, so... is it this? It can't be that, because it's a different one. So it probably wouldn't use this. Or, well, it wouldn't use a timer, so we can't be talking about that. Also, we're not talking about this either. We're talking about a different Tamla, I think. I think it's this. Maybe? Oh, yeah. Because he just got it. He didn't have any time to examine it. Not truly. This is Miss Impact's suicide note, right? Who knows? I mean, sir, this suicide note was found inside the bear. But this bear was in my possession until only a few moments ago. Which means the handwriting on this suicide note has yet to be analyzed. Oh wait, I just realized something. Okay, so do you guys remember evidence, y'all, that we brought up in the final taste of the last game? Evidence, y'all, you have to present something to the police department and have it accepted. This note literally manifested in court today. And by manifested, I mean like, from a legal standpoint. This note did not exist to the court until it was removed from the bear. So technically, this note is illegal evidence, if you think about it. So yeah, he can't use it as evidence. Oh. So, as to which this pivotal piece of evidence was really written by Miss Impact or not, that has yet to even be... Oh my god, I cannot read today. That has yet to be even remotely confirmed. Mr. Wright, you can't seriously be suggesting... Mr. Wright, are you saying this suicide note is a fake? Miss Andrews, you were the one who tried to pin this murder on Mr. Audard. Who to say you didn't create this fake suicide note and put it in this bear? How dare you? Objection. Your Honor, the defense is indiscriminately accusing the witness again. There is no evidence linking the witness to this suicide note whatsoever. Have we forgotten that the only people who can open the bear are Tarita and Andrews? So they are the only people who could have planted the fake suicide note. And yet not forget also that Impact was Andrew's manager. Perhaps Okay, here's a theory. Not a theory I believe in. I do not believe in what I'm about to say. But what if Select Impact killed herself? And then Adrian Andrews knew that Matt Abdard and Juan Tarita were the people who made her kill herself. So what if, in an attempt to prove them both guilty, she made a fake suicide note to incriminate them? Do I believe that? No, not really, but it's a cool theory though. But if this is a fake, then the witness is the only person who could have made it. What? We're told the witness's testimony concerning this figurine. The only person other than the victim who knew how to solve the puzzle is the witness herself. Ah! My glasses, they're fucking broken. I'm gonna bill you for this, Mr. Wright. Miss Andrews, you wrote this note, didn't you? Okay, so I don't know what Phoenix is gonna do in the later games, but this had to be the most evil thing he's done in his career yet. Yeah, this is him literally accusing an almost suicidal dependent person that they wrote the suicide note that they have been looking for this whole time. That is dark as hell. And I feel like there would be a bit more gravity if we knew what was on the note. For real. You wrote it so you could use it to flame Matt on guard. I did no such thing. Right. If you're gonna pronounce this suicide note as a fake, then show this towards some evidence to support your theory. Shit, I don't have any evidence. The only evidence I have is the fact that you never tested it. Mr. Edgeworth, you were the one who presented this scrap of paper as evidence. That means the burden of proof lies with you, the prosecution. What? That's enough. Mr. Edgeworth, can you confirm the handwriting on this suicide note? It is as the defense stated. The handwriting has yet to be analyzed. If that's the case, it seems we have reached a point where a verdict is impossible. Impossible. That's impossible. It's impossible that it's impossible. It's an improbability. An impossibility. This isn't good, Phoenix. The judge is to carry the trial over for one more day. I don't think Maya can physically be able to make it another day. Really? Yeah, okay. So, here's my opinion. Okay, so. I think that Maya... How long has it been since Maya was kidnapped? Like... Okay, so... On guard kidnaps Maya. And he says we have 2 days to... She says we have 2 days to find our client not guilty. So, yeah... Okay, let me get a sticky note out here. Okay. So, I'm gonna put a K for kidnapping. Okay, so, and then after that, he said we have 2 days. Now, I'm gonna assume that when he said 2 days, he means the kidnapping day and the trial day. Is what he means by 2 days. Okay? Of course, it didn't go just to 1 day. We got a 2nd day. So, isn't this like only the 2nd... Isn't this only like the 2nd day of her kidnapping? And Maya ate food before she was like... Maya ate food right before she was kidnapped. So, should it... I mean, I'm not saying she should be in perfect shape. But like... Would she really be like almost dead by tomorrow? Because I'm pretty sure the average human can handle not having food for like more than, yes, I'm pretty sure the average human can survive having no food for at least less than 5 days. It has not been more than 5 days. I mean, will she be like really starved? Yeah, she would be, but like, I don't think she would die from it, right? Right? If anybody knows the answer to that, please tell me down below. I didn't want to have to do this, but I don't have a choice. I request that both the prosecution and the defense further investigate. Handwriting analysis my butt. That's just the lawyer trying to buy more time. Unguarded guilty. Any idiot can tell you that. I think we reached the end of the line. Guilty! 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 Da 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 da. Da 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 na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What is that sound? It's Gumshoe. Beep. Hello, Gumshoe. Oh wait. What is with him? And what's with that sign? Where's Maya? What happened to the killer? He got away. What? I'm sorry, pal. I really am. I don't know what to say. Besides, I'm sorry. I wish there was some way I could make it up to you. I really do. Anyway, what's going on? What's going on? We found his hideout, pal. But the two of them were already gone. This is terrible. I'm gonna keep looking for them, pal. Don't you worry. I just need a little more time. But... Don't tell me we don't. Don't tell me we don't have any more. Guilty! 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 Do you hear that? They're calling for his head! Mr. Wright, I can't. For us to come this far and... Oh! What is it? Let me talk to Mr. Edgeworth. I can't do that. Mr. Wright, would you please get a hold of yourself? Yes, Your Honor. I am about to end today's proceedings. You may take your phone calls after. Hold on, Your Honor. Edgeworth, catch! That was hilarious. Mr. Edgeworth? Please, you've got to buy us some more time. Court is in session. Beep. Why would you do that, Edgeworth? Why would you do that? I'm sorry, Your Honor. You were saying? Mr. Wright, this is a court of law. I'm sorry, Your Honor, but I am reluctant to do this. However, it appears I have no choice but to suspend proceedings until tomorrow. This time, I really can't do anything. Court is now adjourned for the day. Edgeworth, thank God, thank you. Please wait, Your Honor. Edgeworth. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? I humbly request 30 minutes of Your Honor's time. For what purpose? We can perform the necessary test on this piece of paper in that time. Can you? First, you would have to get a piece of paper with her signature on it. And I doubt you just have that laying around. So yeah, you would have the paper needed to check it with, And then you would be able to find a handwriting analyzer to do it in only 30 minutes? That sounds hard. But can you really obtain your results in 30 minutes? I believe we can, Your Honor. But wouldn't it be better if we adjourned for today and reconvene tomorrow? Judge, what is it with you and wanting to go home all the time? 30 minutes, please, Your Honor. That's all I'm asking for. Please, Your Honor. Hey, Judge, you can't deny us. The people in charge of the trial are us. You're the mediator, the moderator, and we're both saying the same thing here. Very well. At the prosecution's request, the court will now take a 30-minute recess. But be advised, I will not offer another recess today. I'm not sure if it's helping or hurting us. The court will now take its final recess of the day. I bet this is where we're gonna get the to be continued. Oh, yeah, the fade. Oh, no? Okay. Hey. Right. Oh, wait, sorry. Right. Well, how's it going with Maya's situation? The teller. It looks like she got away again. 30 minutes? We can't find her in that time. Please, please, please. Report. Is that Mr. Edgeworth? We don't have time. Just spit it out. Right. It looks like we just missed them, sir. But the killer left a few things behind by accident in his rush to get away. A few things? Can we use any of them as evidence? Oh ho 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 ho. I thought you'd ask, pal. Huh? I got the thing she left with me right now, and I'm heading on my way over. Really? That's odd. Any items like that are usually sent to the Crimes Lab first. Okay, Edward. Well, we're kind of in a rush, buddy. We don't have time to wait for those guys, sir. When those guys weren't looking, I flanked the stuff and ran. What? Well, I'm not a detective anymore, so I had to. I'm really sorry, sir, but I've got to put the law on hold for now. It's okay, Gumshoe. The law serves justice, not the other way around. Sounds bad. I hope he doesn't get in too much trouble over this. When my hunted junk car, I'd say I'd be there in about 20 minutes, sir. Don't worry, I'll be there. Wait for me. Alright. Just get here in one piece. I'm on a mission, and no one can stop me now, sir. No one! I'm pulling out all the stock and running everywhere, Wright. Items left by the murderer, huh? Maybe there's something among them that will be decisive enough to end this. What the fuck was that? Hey, what's wrong? Detective Gumshoe, answer me! No one can stop me. Is she okay? Please do not tell me that he died. I do not need 2 possible deaths on my hand right now. I do not. What? What happened? It sounds like he had an accident. I'm guessing his phone broke as well. What was he dating? We've gotta hurry and call for help. But we have no idea where he is. His cell phone is broken, and he wasn't driving a patrol car, so no radio either. Also, if we don't get those items before they do, the police will take possession of them. No, we can't let that happen. Well, if there is a way to find out where he is, then we should stand a chance. Why? Oh, why did Dumsu have to get into an accident now? Why couldn't he have done it on his off day? Is there any way to find out where he is at this exact moment? Well, I can't say no. If I say no, it might end the day in prematurely somehow. That's right. There is a way. What? How? I'm sure we can find out where Detective Dumsu is through this. My attorney badge. My Montatama, because he's probably dead by now. Let's be honest, he probably died. No. 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 I don't see anything. But it has to be. But it literally can't be any of these. How would any of these help us find him? I don't see anything. I don't know. Come on. Well, we can't get you. You probably wouldn't help. You are the one we're looking for. You... Well, I don't even know where you are. You're in the hospital or something. You. What do I know about these people? Who is closest to Dumsu? The person closest to Dumsu are Miles Edgeworth, Maya Faye, me, and I guess Francisca. But just because you're close to someone doesn't mean you know where they are. You know, I bet that Dumsu wouldn't even want Montarma to save him. Although... Wait a minute. Montarma. The reason why Dit Dumsu is scared of Montarma is because she always seems to know where he is. And in the last one, we found out why she knows. She hid a tracking device on him. Why are you blaming out Francisca at a time like this? Oh, please don't let me be wrong. Oh, I see. I'll try to get in contact with her. The chances are slim, but she's all we have. Francisca, will she even want to help us? Edgeworth, what is it? I don't have any right to judge anyone ever again. I know my client is guilty, but what I'm doing now, I'm pinning the guilt on someone totally innocent and using the evidence to do so. I think it might be my turn to say, Defense Attorney Phoenix Wright choosing death. Right? It doesn't suit someone like you to try useless tears. It doesn't suit someone like you to try useless tears. Whether you did your job well or not, that can only be seen after the verdict has been decided. The verdict. A prosecutor... Wait, no, there's a different person. A prosecutor, Montarma. Why did I give him an accent? Prosecutor Edgeworth here. Yes, baby. There's a phone call for you, sir. They said it was extremely urgent, sir. They're probably finished with the handwriting analysis. I have to do it take this tall. In the meantime, think hard about what you must do. And now that we're with the... Okay, yeah, I thought so. We had to get it during the recess at some point. So yeah, guys, I am gonna take a quick break, and then I will be back, and oh my god, that last scene was incredible. Phoenix Wright just doing the same thing Edgeworth is doing, and realizing it. That was wonderful. And I can't wait to see how they ended off in part 2. Okay, and Blake. Hello, everybody, and welcome to part 2 of the finale of what game is this? Farewell My Turnabout. So yeah, last time we took a 30-minute recess to see if the handwriting was actually that of select impacts. So yeah, let's see how it went. Court will now reconvene. I assume both sides are ready? Yes, Your Honor. Yeah, Phoenix is clearly not ready. Oh, but he looks even unreadier. Yeah, yes, Your Honor. Wow, we did the same exact line. I can understand the defense acting like this. He is dumb and a child. However, why do you also seem to be distraught, Mr. Edgeworth? It's nothing, Your Honor. It has to be something. What's wrong with Edgeworth? It's like something unexpected just happened to him. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you could please tell the court of the handwriting analysis on Miss Impact's suicide note. Yes, Your Honor. Unfortunately, oh my god, is it actually not her note? We have discovered that this suicide note is a forgery. Oh my god. What? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? This note was not written by Miss Impact herself. It is a fake. Oh yes! I think this is very good news. Because if this note isn't real, then why would it exist? And why would on guard wouldn't kill for a fake note? So I don't know if we could do this, but I wonder if we could place the blame of writing it on Adrian Andrews, which we don't want to do it, but if we need to drag the trial out a long time, we need to have an actual suspect. And you know what's really funny? We do this in every case. The only difference is that usually, when we place the blame on somebody, it's the actual culprit. So usually there are 2 kinds of people in court. There's the defendant, who is suspected of having done it, and then there's the person who did it. And we, as the defendant, are always trying to shift it to the person who actually did it. So it feels funny that in the second case of the game, we are subverting that. We are trying to create our own defendant who didn't do it. So that's really funny. It feels like Phoenix is kind of aware of how his job works, kinda. Order! Mr. Edgeworth, would you care to explain what's going on? If this was not written by Miss Impact, then who wrote it? Ooh, that's an interesting question. I hope we don't get an answer, because then I can blame it on whoever I want. we would need more time to do a more detailed analysis. However, it appeared that the handwriting matched that of the victim, Juan Tarita. Okay, not as good, but you know what? It's better than having an actual note written by the victim. Because now, we can claim that whatever is in the letter is not valid and cannot be taken seriously. Mr. Tarita? Well. It looked like Miss Impact never left the suicide note after all. Wow. Imagine, like, just killing yourself and, like, people think you left the suicide note. But also, that makes it really interesting. The idea that Miss Impact never had anything to say to the world when she did it. That implies that she really didn't care anymore, or that her suicide was done in haste. Because, like, you know, maybe one day she just came home crying and decided to do it immediately without considering anything. Maybe she had depression and, like, decided to just not leave one. That's actually very interesting, like, why didn't she? I know, like, Miley Edgeworth never considered the possibility that she didn't leave one, that she didn't leave a note. And to be honest, I kinda, like, think the same way. Like, if I were in this case, I would also kinda be like, what if there was a note? Because, like, that's always, like, what you see in TV. There's always something they left behind. She never wrote anything about On Guard. I do feel bad that, like, she didn't even bother to, like, write something to Adrian Andrews or her family if she had one. However, Your Honor, even though the suicide note is indeed a fake, Mr. Ondar could not have known that, and so the facts remain unchanged. Shit. Acting under the assumption that it was real, he plotted to possess it. That does sound very plausible. This theory that Ondar had no idea the suicide note was fake. Something about it seems a little wrong. Well, I don't know what it could be. Is it like the tablets? I don't know, man. Okay, forget everything. The defense believes that the theory the prosecution has sedated contradicts testimony. If everything the prosecution had proven up until this point is true, then it's impossible for Ondar to have not known it was a fake. The tablet, right? Because, like, if you're saying that, like, Ondar had hidden tablets in his house, then why can you assume that he taught the note, but not the writing of the note, maybe? I don't know. Please work. Ah, shit. Oh, no, it worked. What is this little item called again? A video tablet, Your Honor. Well, a very small one, but... Oh, that's right, a tablet. You kids and your fancy toys nowadays. Mr. Edward, earlier you claimed that Ondar knew of the existence of the note because he was spying on the victim. Isn't that right? If that were true, then this means that Ondar would have known that the victim had forged the note. I wouldn't say that's the most solid point. I would really love to know, like, where were the tablets pointing? Were they pointing at a place where he could have written the note, like a table? Like, oh, what if Ondar had... No, what? what if, what was his name? What if Juan Torita had written it, at a writing desk, and Audard had, made sure a camera was pointing to the writing table? Or, because here's the thing. How do I put this? Edgeworth's theory is kind of weird to me, because, the cameras, how do you position a camera well enough so you can actually read the note? If we are not assuming that there were, audio, okay, so, my issue is that Edward's theory doesn't really make sense, Even if you hide a bunch of cameras in a house, it really does depend on how well the zoom is. And I'm gonna assume that since it's such a tiny camera, it doesn't actually have a lot of zoom to it. So, if I wrote a note, and I put it, all the way over here, can you read this? I don't think you can. So, how would Audard know what the note said using the cameras? Unless they were all, mega advanced super cameras that are able to zoom into a note in somebody's hand or on a desk, They would have to be really good cameras. Unless they had audio, and Torita read it out loud, but you never mentioned microphones, so This would mean that Audard would have known that the victim had forged the note. Ah! I think my point was better, but you know what? Take it off, Phoenix. So then, the defendant knew this suicide note was a fake. And if that's true, then the situation has suddenly changed in a very dramatic way. Exactly, Your Honor. The prosecution's theory as to what Audard's motive for murder was, it has suddenly disappeared into thin air. But, Your Honor, it's not as if Audard monitored Mr. Torita 24 hours a day. Okay? If he didn't, then I can say that about you. It's not as if Mr. Audard monitored Mr. Torita 24 hours a day and could suddenly catch sight of a tiny little note in a person's hand. It's absurd either way. Okay. Phoenix, you better say what I just said in a better way. Perhaps the victim wrote the note in a place Mr. Audard didn't know of. Okay? Perhaps the victim kept the note in a place Audard didn't know of. Well, right back at you, Edgeworth. Why don't you show proof that the victim made the forgery in an unknown place? Ah! God, I love when Edgeworth doesn't have an argument. It's hilarious. Order. Mr. Edgeworth. It's not like this time. It is you who has done your own grave. I know we're technically working together in a way, but I don't know, I'm just having fun. I'm just having fun, with this guy, panicking. Because, even if he's on my side, he's kind of an asshole about it. So, it's still kind of fun to watch him panic. As I figured. Huh? As you figured? As I figured, it came down to this after all. No, Edgeworth, you do not have a backup plan. You can't. Mr. Edgeworth, you are not making any sense. When I heard the results of the handwriting analysis, I thought this might happen. You only had 30 minutes to do a test. I assumed that the handwriting test took up all of the time. How the hell did you come up with a plan? The question is, what next? What is next? Well, I'm pretty sure I did a pretty good job of bashing you in, and I did make Adrian and Andrew guilty. I guess all I would have to do is have a couple more arguments with you, fight a bit more back and forth, maybe almost use one more time. I'd get on guard to land innocent, Maya would be set free, that kind of stuff, you know? It always happens. What next? If the prosecution can't prove Ondar's motive through the evidence, then we must prove it from another angle. Well, I agree with you there. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to call a witness to the stand at this time. What, are you there told not on guard? Ha! He's a great actor. He can never be fooled. Oh, well, that's fine. However, this witness is a little unusual. Okay, well, now I'm wondering who it is. On guard isn't that unusual. Well, his acting self isn't. Edward stuttering, that is not like him at all. Unusual. Well, what sort of witness is this person, Mr. Edward? This witness is one who can perfectly answer once and for all the question of who was it that hired Shelley the Tiller to commit murder? What, Shelley the Tiller himself? That's impossible. Who in the... No such person exists who can answer that question with some certainty. Yes, Mr. Edward, who is this wit? Oh no, it's gonna be what I just said, isn't it? Fuck. It's, yes? Go on. Who is it? The man himself, Mr. Shelley the Tiller. Oh, Shelley the Tiller. I see, yes. That's perfectly reasonable. Now I am about to freak out in 3, 2, 1. Why? Shelley the Tiller? He's the Tiller. You mean the Tiller? I mean the assassin? Yes, Your Honor. She's coming here, to the witness stand? Oh wait, they're perfect. All we have to do is get Maya back while she's here. Well, yes, in the manner of speaking. I recognize that there's a very unusual circumstance, so I ask for your permission. So I have a question. What would have happened if the judge says no right now? What is Edward's plan if the judge is like, testimony from a known criminal entity cannot be trusted as an official testimony, no matter how honorable the thief or the assassin is? What would he have done? Edward, I mean. Yes? Is it alright with you? Do I have a choice here? I can't really do much else to drag this trial out. Okay, yeah, but Shelley the Tiller is a person we are supposed to be working with. The defense had no objections, Your Honor. Wait a minute! This doesn't make sense. This physically doesn't make sense. Okay, so here's what we know. So, Edward is doing his job of being a prosecutor. He is trying to prove that Matt Ondard is guilty of hiring Shelley the Tiller. And he had decided to call Shelley the Tiller as a witness to prove Ondard is guilty. The issue with this is that Shelley the Tiller is honorable, and he doesn't seem the type who wants to he's been working with Ondard this whole time. He even kidnapped a child to do this. So he would never give up Matt Ondard. So what is Edward doing? Doesn't he realize that this witness is working with the defendant? The defense had no objections, Your Honor. What is the plan here? I wonder, is it really alright to do this? Very well then, the prosecution calls this witness to the stand. Edgeworth, is there no other way left to us? Now then, witness. Your name and your, occupation, please. What the hell? Is that a radio? What the shit is this bullshit? Very good, sir. My name is Sully the Killer, and I am a professional assassin. I say, what is going on here? What is this odd magic device in front of us? I've never heard of a radio in my life. Your Honor? How can you remain so calm? And what is the meaning of this two-way radio? Actually, Your Honor, it was delivered to me just now. And it came with a condition. Ayana, we do not trace its source. Mr. Detiller will testify to the court. So this must be about the urgent phone call he got earlier was about. So, I'm a bit... So, like, how does the killer know that we won't trace it? I assume that he won't notice if it's being traced. Unless, you know, he can see us. Because I assume that tracing doesn't alert the person on the other side. So, like, how would he know? Alone and you do not trace it. For all he knows, we're tracing it right now and we're just talking to him. Right? I've seen it in movies. Oh no, this will not do. I cannot allow this in my court. You were gonna allow a criminal. First of all, we can't even really be sure that this is really Mr. Sully the Killer himself. That's actually a very good point, Your Honor. Good point. Honestly, how do we prove that? Witness, please present some sort of proof that you are in fact Sully the Killer. How the hell is he supposed to do that? What, you want him to, what do you want him to do here, Do you want... Because he's not here in person. If he was here in person, maybe, he could take out a knife with blood on it. Or, he could, reveal a piece of a dead body or something. But, he's over, he's over a radio. He can't show you any proof. I understand. Please, wait a second. Huh? I'm so hungry. Maya! Maya! I like how Mia also responded to that. She loves her sis. A voice! Mr. Wright, can you confirm anything from this? The defense had no objections to this person. We are satisfied that this man is indeed Sully the Killer. Okay, but Okay, Judge, I know that maybe you don't remember who Maya is, but aren't you confused about who that was? That was literally a person who said, I'm so hungry. Aren't you, a bit worried about that? I would be, how is that proof? Who is that person? Judge, why are you not worried about that? It looks like we have run into yet another unexpected turn of events. Well, it doesn't seem like we have too many choices under these circumstances. So, now then, witness, There's one thing I would like to confirm before we speak of anything else. And what would that be? At the request of a client, you killed Mr. Juan Torita. Is this correct? It is as you say. I did kill Mr. Juan Torita. Now that we have answered that, let's move on to the name of your client. Very well. This is all just a bad dream. Yes, this is it. A bad dream. Sally the Tiller. What is she gonna say? About my client. There is something I must first state. To an assassin, nothing is more important than the trust between a client and himself. And that is the reason I am here today on this witness stand. It is my wish that you grasp this concept before I give the name of my client. What is the concept? Tell us. The Tiller, Mr. The Tiller, seems to be a very clever man. I'd almost say he seems to be mocking us. And I hate belittlement. Guilty of belittling us. Nah. Well, he may appear to be our enemy, Your Honor. He is our enemy. I know those sound like the same thing, but they're not, Your Honor. They're not. Mr. the Tiller is only stating the truth. He is no hypocrite. He has always stood by this one belief. Can I hear it? You mean about this trust between his client and himself thing? Oh, that part. Okay, yeah. Yeah? It seemed to be a level of trust beyond what people like me can comprehend. Okay. Judge. Let me break it down. Let me break it down for you. Oh my god! Shelly the Tiller is he is a sociopath or a psychopath. I don't really know the difference, and I'm pretty sure neither one of those are professional terminology. So I'm just gonna use them as a kind of like a pseudo, you know what I'm talking about kind of thing, you know. Lack of empathy. Okay with manipulation in the eyes. That kind of thing. But my point is that Shelly the Tiller is an abnormality when it comes to the human mind. And because of this, he acts a lot of normal things that people have, like a sense of right and wrong that makes him feel bad about what he's done. But in place of any sort of actual moral compass, he instead has an honor system that was probably driven into him as a child. Thus, he doesn't really have any empathy or morals, but he does have this coat of armor, this coat of honor that he will follow to the very end. So don't worry, Judge. We can't comprehend it because we're not like him, like mentally. Well, Mr. Wright, are you ready to begin to cross-examine the witness? Yes, Your Honor. There's no way to know what's coming next, so stay cool and collected, Phoenix. Cross-examination about my client. There's something. Well, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do the voice for every repeated line. We can have you say later. Can you please just tell us your client? I do not think you understand your place, Mr. Attorney. I said there's something I must first state. Do you know what the word first means? Sorry. Go on. Well, it appears there's one witness you can't badger, Mr. Wright. That's only because you don't know about Maya's situation. She isn't wrong, though. We technically can't badger this one. The trust between you and your client? I don't get it. That's bullshit. I provide my services in a fast and efficient manner. In exchange, I trust that my clients are discreet about me and my identity. If too many people knew my face, it would be quite troublesome. And that's why you're testifying in this manner? This is the first time one of my clients has ever been accused of murder. I must preserve the titular name so my clients can trust me. But couldn't someone stab you in the back and break your trust? It has never happened before, and if it did... Yes? That person wouldn't be my client for very long. They would certainly... That's enough! Please, no more! You know, I kinda don't want to do the hand thing anymore. I have a feeling that we're gonna be with this guy for a long time. Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna stop doing that. Very well. It was only a hypothetical anyway. And that is the reason why I am here today on this witness stand. I'm sorry if his voice sounds the same as everybody else. That seems a little strange to me. I mean, you're about to tell us the name of your client. I would think that this would be very bad for them. It doesn't matter to me. Wait, why? This client has already broken the rules and acted outside their prescribed role. Their role? This person tried to implicate another of the time in order to save themselves. And this is a trespass that cannot be forgiven. Wait, how? As far as I know, Matt or Darth had never tried to pin the blame on anybody. That's so weird. What are you talking about? You. Who gave you the right to be so high and mighty? To the gentleman who spoke just now. Excuse me, but would you care to die? No! I didn't say anything! The judge had better watch himself. He's at death's door already. He doesn't need a push there. It is my wish that you draft this concept before I give the name of my client. We understand, so please tell us the name of your client. I'm afraid I cannot do that. Well, fuck you! You came here all this way. I let you talk about your trust, but now you're not willing to tell us? Damn you. I still have a few things to say before I do. Like what? You already talked about your trust. Ah! That egomaniacal! It's not good for your health to be so aggravated. Trust me, I know. You won't live very long if you let everything bother you. Somehow, that coming from an assassin makes it less than comforting. I don't even care about all this extra stuff. Just tell us the name already. Patience. Try to calm down a little. It's important to try to understand his mindset. He seems very steadfast and slowed, so you don't have to work to get him to talk. I'm not his therapist, you know? Also, a therapist would probably hate this guy. There's something wait, is it the same? To an assassin, nothing important than the top there. Literally why I'm here today. I'm the witness stand and my wit to you there. Like, isn't it the same thing we already did? What are we doing here now? Is this the same words, or? Anything on the creator to complete it. I don't think you understand your placement attorney. I said this was something, you know. Okay, no wait, they're the same. I don't get it. I might as well just run through all of them. But also, can we talk about how this is the first time we've actually had a murderer? Yay. Oh! Is this new? A person who flames another is the worst kind of human. Damn, that's a tough line. And that is why you feel you can betray this person. I have no trust relation with a client who does not understand their assigned role. Check my yacht, an assassin with a conscience. Who would have fitted? Now then, everyone, do you think you can understand my logic? This case just keeps getting better and better. If you can't, then I'm afraid we can't proceed. Everyone understands your point, I think. Really, we do. In that case, I believe I am prepared to disclose the information you seek. You have made it crystal clear that you value trust above all else. I believe we are ready. Excellent. And that is the reason why I am here today on the witness. Wait, are you gonna tell us? Yes, tell us already. God dang it. Okay, give me a minute. I have to like move the camera a bit over here, maybe. Okay, yeah. What is it? Now I can't believe myself to ask the client's name. If you can't ask it, Mr. Wright, then I will. Witness! What is the name of your client who requested the murder of Mr. Juan Tavita? That person's name is... Why are you writing this? Oh, I get it. You think you're doomed. Because the only way to keep Maya safe is by having Matt... Wait a minute. No, that doesn't make sense anymore. Why are you worried, Phoenix? Okay, here is why you're worried. Your job this entire time has been to protect Maya. The issue is that the only way to protect Maya is Matt on guard. By protecting him. This conflicts with your motivation. But here's the issue, though. The one holding Maya hostage is Shelly the Killer. But if Shelly the Killer is about to reveal Matt Oddard's name, then you really have nothing to worry about. He's about to do something that would already go against Oddard, so he's not gonna reveal Oddard's name, is he? He can't. That's not who he is. If that were the case, he would have already set Maya free, or killed her. The fact that Maya is alive means that there's something going on here. He's gonna say Adrian Andrews, isn't he? Adrian Andrews, I knew it! Fuck all of you! Not you, though. I like you. And you. And you too. What? Witness! Ha! Hey, Edward. Why the fuck would you do that? He literally spent all this time talking about trust, and you decided to bring him in as a witness? Dumbass. Hey, dumbass. Here's a question for you. Here's how I assume it happened. Let me let him go on. That's not who you told me it was earlier. You're dumb, Edward. You know why you're dumb? Let me tell you why you're dumb. You got a phone call from Shelly the Tiller. Hey, I am ready to reveal the name of my client because they broke my trust or whatever. If they did, if Shelly the Tiller really didn't care about Matt on guard, he would either kill Maya or let her live. My question is, why didn't you ask him, hey, where's Maya? Why don't you let her go? The only reason you have her is because of Matt on guard. Can't you flee her? So, my question is, why? Why wouldn't you ask that question, right? If you knew that Shelly the Tiller was still holding her hostage, that would be evidence. It would be evidence that she is still working with Matt on guard in the same way. Pray tell, what are you talking about, Mr. Prosecutor? I should think I know my own client, and it is Adrian Andrews. What? What? This cannot be. On the phone earlier. What's going on here? My guess is that the Tiller has just stabbed Mr. Edworth in the back. Stabbed Edworth in the back with a knife? So he really did choose death in the end. I am sure in order to get an audience with this tour, the Tiller told a different name. Matt on guard, perhaps. I knew it. This is outrageous. I was deceived. Hey, wait a minute. So, Edward, did you tell, when you got the message that the Tiller gave you about it being Matt on guard, did he tell you over a walkie-talkie or on a cell phone? Because did you know that cell phones record every call that you have? I'm pretty sure they do, right? You get a call history, and you can use the call history that is in the phone, and you can't just erase it. So I'm pretty sure that if you call on the cell phone, you can ask the cell phone company to give you the information. So you can easily win the case if that's how it happened. This witness is telling a very serious lie. But you were the one who summoned this witness, dumbass. Yeah! You, Shelly the Tiller. My testimony is the truth. The defendant at the moment, Matt on guard. Am I correct? All I wish is to help him pursue his acquittal. And that's why you should have realized it. Huh? Wow. All of a sudden, it feels like we can actually win this. Oh, that's funny. Mia still has her defense brain on. Yeah, but at what cost? At what cost? The prosecution has failed to provide a motive, and instead provided the suicide note, which is a forgery created by the victim. Furthermore, there is a possibility that the defendant himself knew it was a fake. But most definite of all, we have heard from the assassin himself the name of his client. The killer's client, who requested the murder, was not the defendant at all. No. With all of this evidence, it is obvious to me that this means that Mr. Matt Aldard is innocent. I like how that's in red. If this were any other case, it would not be in red. That's so funny. I seem to have caused you all a bit of confusion. Please continue your discussion and tell me when you have reached a verdict. Beep. Please bring Miss Adrian Andrews in here immediately. Well now, with the way they're going, Aldard will be found innocent. This may be our last chance to save Maya. Yeah. And it's so easy to save her right now. All we have to do is today try it, and yet the judge declare a verdict within the next couple minutes. Yeah, but Edward is right. The killer is lying. We've been lying this whole time, Phoenix. And Aldard, my client, I know he's guilty. Can I live with myself if I do win this? Who would have believed that the prosecution's own witness would absolve the defendant? Your Honor, the prosecution requests permission to further question the witness. Shelly the killer is certainly lying under oath. She never took an oath. She can't even do the hand to Bible thing. She doesn't have hands right now, idiot. Hey, I'm sorry if I'm being really rude to Edward. I want you guys to know that, like, you know how Edward kind of tweets? You know how Edward kind of tweets Phoenix like an idiot? I'm treating Edward as an asshole dummy in the same way. Like, it's banter. He told my character dumb, I told him dumb. You know, it's a back and forth. I want you guys to know that, like, I don't actually hate Edward. Edward is a pretty nice character, and, like, none of this is me actually hating him at all, okay? It's a joke. It's more of a jokey sort of thing. Kind of like when you play video games and you get mad at your friends. You don't actually care about it a lot. It wasn't me. Listen, everyone, please, that testimony just now. It was all one big lie. Miss Andrews. The suicide note may have been a fake. But that man, Matt, he's the reason Celeste died. And Juan's death, it was all because she got pulled into Matt's twisted world. That testimony just now, you have to believe me. It was a horrible, horrible lie. But the killer himself had testified. He had named you as his client. No, that's not true. Also, there's quite a bit of evidence that points to you. The knife and the button donning the Ninja Samurai costume. But that's... You even have a motive. We know that Celeste Impact was a large part of your life. You wanted to follow her, and you wanted revenge against the two who hurt her. I would say that you have plenty of reasons to want them both dead. No! Mr. Wright! Huh? You know the truth. Tell them! Tell them the real story. Who the real killer is. tell them. Please, help me. Yes, I know the truth. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor? Okay, I know what kind of skipped over it when it happened, but I love how the judge was basically acting like us. Think about it, right? We are in too much of an emotional turmoil. We are in too much emotional turmoil to, like, be able to accuse her. So instead, the judge does it for us in a really harsh way. And that is really fun to me. If only she was guilty, that would be like proof of how smart he is. I believe we have reached the end of this trial. Therefore, I ask the defense for any final words or opinions. We have a choice right now. I have to decide. Do I take the not guilty verdict and save Maya? Or do I throw this chance away and wait for Dumsu's new evidence? What am I supposed to do? Maya is the one whose life is at stake. And so is Miss Adrian Andrews' life at stake. We have to make a choice right now. And here's my opinion. Maya Fey has given us her last words in the form of the note we got at the back of this painting. She said, "If you do not get on guard that guilty verdict, I will never forgive you." She had given her consent not to die. I don't think, maybe she never thought about that. But she had told us what her wish is. Adrian Andrews had not told us what she wants. Well, we do know what she wants. But my point is that she also wants on guard declared guilty. So, I don't know why I said innocent. They both want him declared guilty. And they are the two people who are being affected most by this. So, the only thing we can do is cede to their wishes. No matter what happens, we must request that this trial ends because I want to see what happens. Your Honor, the defense retracts. You can't do it, can you? It's no use. I can't. It feels like I've lost my voice. Phoenix. I can't do it, Mia. I can't accept I'm not guilty. You are a lawyer. I know. But Matt Aldard is a killer. A murderer. I can't let him get away with this. I can't let someone else take the fall. If I let Miss Andrews be convicted, then I am no better than on guard. And even though I don't want to admit it, I have to face the fact that it's because of Edward that I now know the real truth. She could have gotten on guard convicted so many times over, but she never took a single one of those chances. If I take this verdict right now, I'd be betraying his trust. His trust. Oh, sorry. Hopefully I didn't break this. His trust. I never thought about it until now. I trust him. Yes, you do. Wow. Total line from Mia with that one. Mr. Wright, your opinion, please. The defense requests that we be allowed to further question Mr. the Killer. Okay, so obviously, that didn't really lead to a different branching ending. I didn't really expect it to, though. So, yeah. We need to go back here and, see what happens if we just ask for the trial to continue without getting nervous. Phoenix? I did. Oh, what the hell? Oh, it got you to the same thing, okay. But, yeah, okay. Okay, yeah, so it just goes, it got you back to the same one. Okay, that kind of feels weak. I wish they didn't have that part. You don't really need that. Mr. Wright, your opinion, please. You've been time traveling for a solid 2 minutes now. Okay. Am I hearing you correctly, Mr. Wright? Right. But, the witness had clearly cleared your client through his testimony. Your job here is done. I'm not done yet. To see through the witness's lies and find the truth. That is my job, Your Honor. There's still more evidence to look at. And I'm sure that once those pieces arrive here in this very courtroom, a miracle will occur. That's what we're all waiting for, isn't it? Very well. The trial will continue. Mr. Edward, please re-establish connection with Mr. the Killer. Right away, Your Honor. Has your verdict been reached? Has your verdict been reached to the maximum? Sorry, I should know that whenever I say the word reached, it sounds bad, like reached. I can't say the word reached. Shit. Before that, we would like to talk with you a little more. About? All you needed from me was the name of my client. What else could you need me for? Well, actually, we would like to hear everything you know about this case. That is how things are usually done. What's she talking about, usually done? We've never done that. Don't lie to me. But what shall we have him testify about? I literally just said everything. Everything about this case that he knows about. Mr. the Killer, if you don't mind, please testify about your client in more detail. You legal people and your procedures. Is it any wonder that no one likes to go to court? Damn, you're spitting on our profession here, pal. I didn't do that to you. As I have already stated quite a few times, Adrian Andrews is my client. However, one thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the scene of the crime. My client did it to blame another for the crime, while pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene. Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning Juan was dead. But even more appalling is the creation and planting of the knife in the button. That act is what I was referring to when I said my client had broken the rules. This is most unexpected turn of events for the 5th time now. However, this time, everything has finally been revealed. The cross-examination. Wait a second, Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Edward. We still have the cross-examination to do. But you don't need a question testimony like this. Baby, I question everything. Do you, Mr. Wright? It ain't my right as Mr. Wright to cross-examine. Your Honor, the defense will question the witness. As if I had a choice here. Huh? Well, why? What this witness has said is nothing but beneficial to the defense's case. If you should deny the testimony, then I'll expose the lie in that so beneficial testimony, I suppose. I don't understand what's going on here anymore. It's like there's a whole other side of the case that I can't see because I'm never leaving this courtroom. That makes two of us. But you're even worse than I am, Judgy. About my client, part 2. As I have already stated quite a few times, Adrian Andrews is my client. However, what? Oh wait, shit! I have to actually flush this guy now. What is it, Mr. Wright? If I flush him the wrong way, it might raise suspicions on his end. But I must do something to waste more time. Witness, about requesting a hit. Yes? How much is your fee? I see you are also quite a dark-hearted man, Mr. Attorney. Huh? If you would like to talk business, we could do so after the trial. No. I'm not thinking of hiring. Mr. Wright. Yes? You want to kill me. You want me dead, don't you? What? Why would you think something like that, Your Honor? Guilty, Mr. Wright. You are hereby declared guilty. Witness, let's continue. These people do nonsense. Why did you disclose the name of your client? They are your client or they not? I would think that most people wouldn't be able to overlook hiring another person to tell. If I had a problem with such things, I wouldn't be very effective at my job. Yeah, well, a change in occupation might be good for you. Make you, yes, fucking insane. However, I will say this. Even though I am the one who does the deed, my clients are always the real guilty party. No. The tiller. You are not a gun. You are a person with autonomy and the ability to make choices. You are guilty along with them. You are guilty too, right? Even if your clients are also guilty, you are a person who is also guilty of, like, the act itself. God, it's like the Jigsaw movies. He didn't really kill anybody. Even if he doesn't, he still, like, maims them. That goes without saying, Mr. Detiller. In their fate is to live with the knowledge of their guilt on their shoulders. You should know that the only reason he's probably saying any of this is because... he didn't believe any of this. The only reason why he's saying this is to let Matt Aldard off the hook by claiming that somebody else did it. He doesn't mean any of this bullshit. Are you talking about the button and the... Yes, obviously, Phoenix. You literally just said that. Yes, and my business card. Oh, this card. So no one has to waste their time, including the police, I always make it a point to make things as easy as possible. You try to make things easy? My business card makes it very easy to identify who carried out the service. He's pretty devoted to his work. But to disregard everything and go and stab the deceased with a knife, and even hide my card from sight, that is something I cannot overlook. It's really hard to tell if he's being truthful or not without him being here. Well, pretending to be the person who deserves the body enters the scene. So you're saying most clients wouldn't do such a thing? That is correct. Usually, most try to create an alibi for themselves. If you should use my service, Mr. Attorney, I suggest you plan for your alibi too. No, I already told you I have no interest in your using your service, ever. No, I'm not gonna do that. Why does he keep yelling at me like I'm the one on trial here? I didn't hire him yet. I'm innocent. From the very beginning? What is that? That is correct. From before my client visited the room, all my client knows precisely what the situation is at all times. I wonder if that's really true. That's odd. Huh? How is it odd? So why do you think your client did that? What do you mean by why? Well, fiddling around with the scene of the crime is pretty risky. And why would someone who you expected a murder go to the crime scene anyway? That is true. I assume it was probably done to frame Mr. Ondard. If that's the case, then why didn't the person just request that you do it? Sadly, that is not possible. Huh? My job is to kill. That is all. And to use my business card, naturally. The business card is so my clients may escape blame. To protect them is my duty. You see, this guy talks about blame and guilt, but he doesn't mean any of this bullshit. Yeah, think about it. He said that his job is to kill, and yet he is okay kidnapping Maya. Not only that, he's okay pretending to be a butler. If his job was just to, leave his business card, he would just leave his business card. And guess what? Currently, at this very moment, he is flaming Adrian Andrews. But the fact is that he said a person who flames another is the worst kind of human. So he already doesn't believe anything he's saying. Why do we trust him again? Even if they say it's for revenge, setting someone else to take your fall. That act is what I referred to as my client having broken the rules. And that's all you have to testify? Yes, and I pray that I will never be called to the stand again. Again? As if you plan to continue? I must. I have yet to find a person to take my place and become the fourth successor. Actually, how would you like to take a new life, Mr. Attorney? I would not be that good. Excuse me? No, I'm fine, really. Are you really now? I wonder what kind of man the judge thinks I am now. What are you gonna do now, Phoenix? All I have to do now is just bulge the eyes. That's true. However, you realize this will be very bad for our client, right? Nah, I'm so confused. But the one thing I know for sure is that I can't let this trial end yet. I have already said, okay, so I don't see a lot of easy eyes to reveal here. Okay, did it? Because as much as this testimony is full of lies, do we have any easy evidence to any of this? Okay, from the very beginning, yeah, that's it. I wonder if that's really true. That's odd. So, huh? Okay, so if I had to guess, that kinda like proof, or that kind of like helps us like figure out that it's probably this one. So yeah, I don't know what evidence could ever contradict it though. Because like, as much as this is a lie, we don't have a lot of evidence that it is one. Well, no, the spy camera would be more proof that Adrian Andrew knew. We're trying to contradict it. Okay, wait. I'm a ninja button. He's already accounted for the button, though. He's accounted for a lot of shit. Wine glass, guitar case. Why do I keep slipping on the hotel map? That is practically useless. Yeah. Okay. Plus contemplates ticket. Okay, glossy photo. Plus gone to me. That's funny, okay. Shit, I actually don't know. You know what? I'm probably gonna have to, like, go here, go to save. I know it's not a person. What occupies this space probably isn't a person. Probably not this. Probably not this. This is a maybe. This is a no. This is a no. This is a no. This is a maybe, but it's also a no. This is a no, maybe, but no. This is a maybe. This is kind of a no, but also kind of a maybe. So, my best choices here are one of these items. Oh, wait, is it this? No, it can't be that. That's too obvious. Or, like, do you think it will be this? No, it's not that. Shit. Okay, no. Yeah, okay, well, now go back to Yode. Go back here. Okay, I'm gonna go here, get a sticky note, and I'm gonna write down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And now I'm gonna type down what I already did. I have already done spy camera. So it can't be that. Now I'm gonna do transmitter. It is not the transmitter. Yeah, no, it does. I don't see any contradictory. Okay. No shit, wait, go back to this one. I mean, I wish they were organized in a different way, but you know what? What can you do about it? Okay. So we know that it is not the spy camera or the transmitter. The stuffed bear, maybe? Bear. I'm not gonna put the whole word, just bear. Bear with me. X. Yeah, no, not the bear. Okay, here, here, yeah. Okay. Now go here. Yeah. Okay. Goodbye, Pamela. Transmitter. Seduct Bear. Planet. And I'm not ready to do this one yet. The issue is that, like, it's just, like, it's so connected to, like, Matt on guard that I feel like if we presented this, the killer would automatically kill Maya. But yeah, no, nothing happened. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, it is not the receipt. We know like that from the very beginning. Supply Pamela, transmitter, bear, planet card, receipt. So yeah, okay, well they're obviously unrelated. I'm not gonna do it until later. Figurine. I am gonna present this. Yeah, no, I didn't think that one would work. I was just doing it as like, you know, we have to do it sort of thing. Here, so here, okay. Am I the first person actually, like, on camera write down, like, whatever I'm, like, doing right now? I do not think it's a suicide note. But I have to try it. I'm gonna try it. I wrote it as Nate because I misspelled it. Okay. Go to Yod. Here. I know it has to be this spot though. Okay. Go here. So, okay, so we know that it isn't any of these. So maybe it was the Tard? But she accounted for the Tard though. Tard? Yeah, no, it's not that. Okay. Go here. Wait, okay, go here. Sometimes I forget where the buttons are on the controller, and that's just really dumb of me to do. I'm sorry if this is like the most boring part. You think I should skip over it to like a part where I'm obviously not doing the same thing. Hard. Yachty's photo. I wonder if it's Yachty's photo. I'm mostly writing these in shorthand to make it easier for myself. Yeah, no, I didn't think it was gonna be Yada. Yeah, no. I really hope that, like, some of these aren't a fake out. Like, imagine if I actually did get the right answer, but they gave you a fake out first. I would hate that. Yeah, you have to tell me, Dame, you do. So we know it is not Yachty's picture. Is it the knife? Oh, and tell me, what do you use sticky notes for? Okay, no. Session denied. Okay, yeah, no, it definitely isn't a fake out. Okay, so here. So here. Okay, so we have the, oh god, we have so much evidence in this case, I hate it. Knife. Juan's autopsy report. Yeah, try it. Yeah, no, it's not that. Ah! Okay, yeah. If it's something I already looked over and I have decided not to do it on the list yet, I'm gonna hate myself so hard. Okay, so yeah, we did Juan's autopsy report. I do not think it would be either one of these. They seem unrelated, so I'm gonna do the button. Okay. And now it's flying right now. And of course there is nothing. Yeah, okay. I kind of suspected that. Go to Yode. Go here. The reason why I keep going back is because there isn't really a point in the... Okay. Oh, time scene. This is actually a pretty good one to choose. Okay. And now, go here. And nope. Okay, so, go here. Go to Yode. Go here, yeah, okay. Okay. Go here. So we know it isn't the time scene photo. Is it the wine glass, which may be something. It was a maybe, I think. Wine. Oh, is this it? Oh my god, how was that right? Please tell me, Phoenix. You are so much smarter than I am. Thank you so much for taking the time to testify, the killer. What is the meaning of that attitude? That must be a very good radio if you can hear how smart he sounded. When Adrian Andrews entered the victim's room, your client had no idea Walter Rita had been murdered. I know that the wine would kind of be like... The reason why I didn't think it was the wine is because we already had a theory about why she would have done it if she was the killer. And the reason we came up with could easily apply in this situation. Didn't we say that, oh, she was pretending to be the discoverer of the body, so she poured herself a glass of juice? But how? How do you know that? From this wine glass, Your Honor. The glass? Mr. the killer's supposed client, Mr. Tarita, had only faded, which is why this glass of tomato juice was poured for the victim. But isn't that just a part of Adrian Andrews' calculated plan? Yeah, right? That's what I was thinking. That is not possible, Your Honor. This glass bears the fingerprint of that person. Who? You mean Adrian Andrews? Had this been planted, they would have never left their fingerprint behind. Adrian Andrews? Because yeah, sure she would. I see your point, Mr. Edward. What is your opinion? Louisiana. I agree with this bumbling buffoon I call a friend. I had the exact same thought just now. I would argue again that you didn't, but you did help me know that that was the one I was looking for. Witness, how do you explain this strange phenomenon? Isn't it a waste of time to ask about such a minor detail? It's never too late to ask about a minor detail. Oh hey, it was the wine. Yay, we did it, guys! We solved the puzzle. But it's not a very important point, correct? No, it is, you bastardess. I am afraid you are mistaken. If Adrian Andrews really is your client, as you claim, then your client should have knowledge of Mr. Tarita's death. If not, then that can only mean that Adrian Andrews was never your client at all. How strange. Yes? Why is it that the attorney has yet to raise an objection at this absurd situation? Huh? Phoenix! If the killer figures out what we're up to, we're in real trouble. Yeah, I know. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm surprised. You know you can't say things like that without any evidence. Sorry. Oh, yeah, we have to pretend that we're on... Okay, yeah, I know what to do, okay. Well, that was an awfully weak objection for the two of you. Anyway, I am positive that there was a contradiction in that testimony. The prosecution requests further testimony concerning when this request was taken. Very well. Right now, I have to buy us more time. While we wait for the items the killer left behind to get here. Well, I just wasted a whole bunch of time, but the issue is that I was time traveling, so you guys probably didn't know it. Notice it. I should know that the very outcome of this trial lies with those items. Witness testimonial, power even Eonial. Isn't it Teonial? This request came to me, about a week ago. It was a request for my services on the night of the award ceremony. We met at a certain bar to discuss and finalize a few matters. That is what occurred. I trust my memory, and I believe I have made no mistakes. So you physically met with your client, huh? That is correct. Meeting one's client is the first step to building trust, in my opinion. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, your trust examination, please. Taking request. This request came to me, about a week ago. Okay, what do I want to know about? Man, I shouldn't. I know I should probably read all of these in order, shouldn't I? Sorry, I would get too overexcited. 1 week ago. Are you sure? Yes, I am quite sure. I, of course, have my own preparations. I was barely able to finish. What? When you accept my services, Mr. Attorney, I hope you will keep that in mind. Oh no, the judge is gonna yell at me again. Please, stop, the judge hates me now. In any case, my client this time, had a very specific date and time in mind. A specific date and time. Probably so it could align with the spy camera that was set to go off from 8 for 1 hour. That's probably what it was. It was a request for my services on the night of the award ceremony. Why? Did you ask why it was on a specific night? No, he did say no. No. I tried to fulfill all the conditions of my client's request. But as for why, I only had my suspicions. Your suspicions, huh? Plus further. So, what are these suspicions you had? Why did your client request that night? I am sure it was all for the bear. What bear? You mean the figurine? The bear? My client should both of it. I'm sure there will be a bear-shaped figurine in Wantarita's room. I would like you to retrieve that item for me. So you don't just kill people. You're kind of like a delivery man. He must be talking about this bear puzzle. Puzzle box. It's a puzzle box. Inside that figurine was a suicide note. Naturally, the victim brought it with him to his hotel room. He was planning on publicly disclosing its contents at the press conference after all. That is correct. If I had not done the job that night, I would not have known where the bear's figurine was. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance? It did talk about the bear figurine. The testimony just now made one thing clear. And that is that actually I was wrong. There's nothing. That the client knew the secret of the bear figurine. Okay, I think I know where you're going with this, Phoenix. Huh? Why is everyone so quiet? Mr. Wright, I think all of us already knew that. Oh, really? Witness... Oh, goddammit, that wasn't useful. Damn it. That's funny. It literally, like, made you feel dumb for not getting it right. So you physically met Adrian Andrews, right? Of course I did. What was that? What was that brief pause? Plus fervor. Witness, I would like for you to give us a few more details. I always meet my clients as a matter of pride, as a matter of principle. I never take a request by telephone or mail. And why is that? That's because I value a trust between a client and myself above all else. And the only way to establish that is to speak to the client while looking them in the eye. Well, Mr. Wright, was that testimony just now of any importance? It was really important. I hope. Oh god, I have like mucus in my throat and it's awful. Of course, it was very important, Your Honor. If Mr. Tiller had met with his client before the murder, then it is unlikely that he is mistaken. So you're saying that his client really was Adrian Andrews? No comment, Your Honor. No comment. I guess so. You see, it is just as I've said. Ah! I'm so lost. Who in the heck am I supposed to be helping here? I really love this line, because there are probably a couple of kids who played this game and were like so confused about what they were supposed to do exactly. Like, what do I do here? Why am I cross-examining this guy? If he's helping my client who I need to help. Calm down, Phoenix. Think carefully and react. Now then, would the witness please continue? Then what occurred, I took my memory and believe I have made no mistake. So your client was Adrian Andrews. That is correct. Well, she said the two of them met. But if they did, there shouldn't be anything wrong with the Tiller's testimony. Okay, Phoenix, but they did meet. We remember that. Well, there doesn't seem to be anything strange about this time around. You have to draw more information from him, but you can't draw his suspicion. If you can do that, you should be able to find a flaw in his testimony somewhere. Talk about delicate balance. Wait, so I already clicked on everything though. Did that mean I had to like double click on it? 1 week ago. Are you sure? Yes, I am quite sure. I, of course, had my own preparations, and I was barely able to finish. When you had left my services, Mr. Attorney, I did the same. Is there a time and place? You left from that night, okay. Did you ask why that night? No, your suspicions, huh? We already know what his suspicions are. What are your suspicions? It was all with the bear? The bear? It was all with the bear. Are you with him? Right to that. No. So he said something. Sir, no, Your Honor, I don't think it's very important. What bar? So you figured you met Adrian Andrews, right? Of course I did. What was with that pause? Yeah. I think we just witness. I would like for you to give us more details. I only meet my client and never take them to but like that, because the only way to adapt is by getting them in the eye. Well, Mr. Wright, yes, it was. Of course, it was very important. No, that was a mistake, shit. You only had one more line, though. I genuinely don't know what to do here. So you're telling me Adrian Andrews, that's that. Well, he's under two of them met. Okay, so I actually have to present something now, but I don't know what. Like, shit, that'd be hard. Okay, because I don't really have any proof that this didn't happen, do I? And I definitely can't plus this one, or like do it. Oh shit, this is gonna be kind of difficult. Do I need another note for this, or do you think I can just like go on the whip? Okay, so shit. Hey, they came to me about a week ago. Well, I can't really like confirm or deny when that was. When you left for my services on the night of the awards ceremony. When we met at a certain bar. Well, I didn't tell you why, like... Oh, this one, okay. So you figured you met her. First I did one with that pause. I already hit this, so I have to let it go, maybe? It's probably just my imagination. I need to figure it out. Can we believe that your testimony up until this point have been real? Okay, and it didn't know that. So, it's this one, maybe. Oh shit, god damn it. God, I need to stop doing this kind of shit. Plus fervor, witness, I would like for you to do this thing and do that thing and eat this shit and have that shit. I'm just using story mode to like narrow it down though. I'm not trying to like... Okay, and else. And the only way to adapt with that is to speak with them, by looking them in the eye. Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony now of any importance? Okay, yeah, so it isn't. Why should meet with his client not important, and that wasn't the point. When the police outside... Oh, wait, what? Is this new? Didn't I only do this? Wait, did I not do this? I feel like I did. Witness, stop sidestepping my collections. What do you mean by that? So I didn't have to present anything. Okay. My question was, did you really meet with Adrian Andrews in person? I already told you, Mr. Wright. I did. It was only through talking with him, face to face, that I began to trust him. Wait a minute. You've never said a pronoun. You haven't said a pronoun in here since you came in. You don't know who the hell Adrian Andrews is. Adrian sounds more like a man's name. And Andrews is definitely a man's name. Huh. You're so fucking dumb. Right when I thought, can I trust this person as a client? I can trust a person as a time. It's true what they say about talking face to face. Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance? Yes, it was. Judge, could you literally not hear the pronoun emphasis? If I heard what I just heard just now, then I think I've got him. Your Honor, I believe the testimony just now was of utmost importance. Huh? Really? If that's the case, witness, please include the statement in your testimony just now. Very well. Ha! Oh yeah, you're fucked, dude, you're fucked. I don't even need to hit it. Wait, I actually want to see what happens if I press this. Oh man, goddamn it, I need to stop doing this shit. God, I need to stop dropping this one. Okay, yeah. But as we know, that turned out not to be correct. What do you mean? Well, Adrian Andrews betrayed you, according to yourself. Adrian Andrews turned out to be a client who couldn't submit to the rules, right? Well, yes. I suppose you are correct. So, your perfect system is actually rather stupid as hell. So I would like to check one last time. Are you sure your testimony is accurate? I will turn to my memory and I believe I have made no mistakes. Sorry, man, but you're human. You have to make mistakes. Wait, oh, I go to the profile. What was I doing otherwise? I would like to go over this one more time. You met Adrian Andrews at a bar and took the request at that time? Yes, that is correct. And that's when you thought he was trustworthy. I like how Phoenix is doing it now. How many times must I repeat myself? Yes, that is correct. I'm sorry, but that is an impossible tale. What? Sally the killer. You're a dumbass. You have never met the real Adrian Andrews. Boop. Why would you say that? Because you made one very big slip up about her. So, what is the issue? What did you just say now? About her? If you had ever met Adrian Andrews in person, one look would have told you that she is a woman. Oh my god, what the heck was that? I'm gonna look at that later. Order in the court. Mr. Wright, what is the meaning of this? This witness had testified to the following. That he always meets face to face when talking while taking their request. But she had never met Adrian Andrews in person. Yes, Your Honor, that is exactly the point. That means Mr. the Killer could not have been Oh my god, why can I not talk now? This means that Adrian Andrews' client could not have been what the fuck am I doing? This means that Mr. the Killer's client could not have been Miss Adrian Andrews. Ew, what the fuck? Is that oil? Radio don't even use oil. What kind of radio is this bullshit? And why are they so clumpy? They blow. Get it off my screen. Mr. Edward, I understand your logic on this one, but Phoenix, why would you say this? However, why? Oh, no, wait. Why would the assassin make such a basic mistake? Because she's only human. Like that one song in that, Death Note, the musical. You should watch it. I hear it's good. I believe it has to do with her name, Your Honor. Her name? Yes. Adrian Andrews is without a date. I guess she is without a date now. Yes, Adrian Andrews is, without a doubt, a very androgynous name. Yes, I see. Unlucky for Mr. the Killer. The entire time he was on the stand, nobody has sedated Adrian Andrews' gender. And so, he simply picked the wrong gender to go with. What? What is going on? What's going on is that this guy is a liar. Sully the Killer. This court demands an explanation. I think somehow I must have mixed up this client with another. So does this mean you remember something different now? Yes, of course. Please, if you would allow me to testify once more. I know he's just gonna spill out more lies. That's kind of what we want, though. If we want this to take as long as possible, we might as well have him talk for as long as he wants. It's a bit annoying from a gameplay perspective, but in universe, this is probably the best way to handle this situation. Let him talk forever until they find him. Very well, but this time, please give us the truth, and nothing but the truth. Retractating Part 2. Now, I remember. I took that retract by... I thought you didn't do mail. There have been times where I took the job without meeting my client. Didn't you literally talk about how it would be necessary to meet your client to have trust? And isn't trust everything to you? The retract was for the murder of Juan Torita and 2 or 3 other small things. When I saw the name at the end of the letter, I thought my client to be a man. So you took this job through a letter. He didn't mention anything about a letter in his earlier testimony. Which means she is definitely lying. Be careful, Phoenix. If you break the assassin's testimony completely, it could be over for us. I know. I can't make him suspicious, but I think we're okay. Yeah, we can do this. As long as she's standing there across from me, no matter how strong of a punch I throw, she'll counter it. Damn. That's a heavy amount of trust. Yeah, I know people always say that they want them to be dating, but I actually kind of like the idea of being battle lovers, comrades in arms, kind of, Oh, they know each other so well, and they know how they work together. Now, yet start the trust examination, They both know what they're capable of compared to the other. Hey, didn't you say you don't do that? Oh, but didn't you say you always meet your client? Yes, I suppose I did say that. However, there are some clients for whom a meeting is simply not possible. But didn't you meet your client this time? No, I did not. Oh, come on now. No, he said this in a different tone, doesn't he? Oh, come on now. Yes, that was the game of cat and mouse. Oh, yeah. Using your silkiest voice is not gonna work on me. Damn, my Wright's on hard. Alright then, toss it up and confess. Mr. Wright, you cannot badger a witness with such harsh words. You're a lawyer, like behave like one, and present evidence instead of mindlessly yelling. But that's what I'm best at. Now then, do you have any proof that the killer met with his... If I click this one, what are you gonna say? Because there's no way I have proof. We've come this far, I have to try to prove something here. I'm going to show you proof. Are you sure about this, Phoenix? Here's the... Oh, I love that. Mia just tells us that, hey player, you do realize that you can't actually, like, there's no proof, right? So, what do you think? You may say, what do you think? However, I am, for all intents and purposes, a transceiver radio. You can't see. Oh, that's right, you can't actually see the evidence. Well, I don't think this was the one I needed to see. I can hear the pure silence in the air there. What? Did he give me a penalty? How? That was funny. Yeah, how? Of course he wouldn't know. Yeah, I'll keep that one. I don't care that hard about my perfect record. And why could you not meet with certain clients? Terminally ill, maybe? Recently, I have been receiving more requests. If I met each and every client, I would use nice business opportunities. Nice business opportunities? Yeah, like the 2-for-1 murder. On top of which, the times have changed. It is now the age of information and computers. Well, I have joined the times, and now take requests via electronic mail. Electronic mail? Do you have to, like, mail that in a special insulated envelope? I'm very sorry. I despise the shortening of words. What I meant by electronic mail is commonly referred to as email. Fucking despicable. Email? What is that? In the context of mimicry, the judge would be the parent, hands down. Anyway, so you took this job without having met your client, and the request was for the murder of Wantarita and 2 or 3 other small things. 2 or 3 other things? Yes. And what were these other things? A few other things that had nothing to do with this case. Okay, I know what you're saying, but like, automatically, if we're talking about the same murder, it does have to do with the case, bro. What should I do? Should I let him slide with that? It would be really bad if I pushed his button the wrong way and he got mad. You guys save here? Flesh fervor. Whether or not they're related to this case is for the court to decide. Why did I do the mouth thing? Mr. Attorney. Yes? Everything I have said from the beginning has been nothing but beneficial to your client. Which is why I wonder, what is pushing you to continue with this cross-examination? Oh no. Could it be that you are planning to betray your own client? I smell the stench of a backstabber. And should you turn out to be one... Wait! Uh-oh. This is looking really bad. I shouldn't press my yacht. Alright, I have to think. Is this worth... Yeah, do it. Who cares? I mean, I care. Witness, this is a very important matter. Please cooperate and tell us what these other jobs your client requested were. If this is truly that important, I suppose I don't have much of a choice. The bear figurine. The bear figurine? After the assassination of the target, I wanted to find the figurine. I was told that this job was just as important as the actual killing. And where was the figurine? It was inside Mr. Torina's suitcase. And then what did you do next? I handed it over to my client right away. You gave it to your client. Interesting. This information certainly sounds important to me. But what about you, Phoenix Wright? I have no opinion. Oh. Wow, no. No, I guess you gotta do it. Why did Adrian have it then? Wait, can I actually, can I actually present the note then? I don't think I could. No, I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna save and I'm gonna do it. I just want to see if presenting the note would actually, do anything. Shelly the Killer. If you had really given the bear to Adrian Andrews, then this item should not have been inside. This item? Hey, you do realize I'm still inside of a radio. I can't see anything here. You're holding nothing. I see where you're going. Yep, that's where I'm going. Where is everyone going? We're still in session. Do I need to pack a suitcase? Oh my god. Honor, please think back to Miss Andrews' testimony. And I was going to burn it, for her sake. Even if, for a single minute, this bear had actually been in Miss Andrews' hands, I'm sure she would have taken the suicide note out and burned it. Sorry, I paused. I don't know why I paused. Order. So that's where you two were going. And I didn't need a package suitcase at all. I think it was a short clip. So, by the very fact that this note was still inside the bear, it tells us your client didn't know how to disassemble the puzzle. Which means... It means, Your Honor, that it is impossible for Adrian Andrews to be the client. Whoa! If I could break the party like that on camera, I would, by hand. Order! Mr. Phoenix Wright. Are you afraid to set them on Parma? Only she told me by my real name. I'm sure I mentioned this before. how I hate traitors above all else. I think the cross-examination had demonstrated something to me. Something clearly to me. You wish to break your end of our agreement. No, that's not. That's enough. If this is your intention, then there's only one thing for me to do. Wait, please! Gentlemen, ladies, please excuse me. I have a matter that I must attend to. Hold it! No, but please, not that. Please wait. Mr. Attorney, bring this trial to a speedy end, and I may stay my hand. Otherwise... What in the... Mr. Wright, are you... Mr. Edward? Yes, Your Honor. I didn't understand this witness's outburst just now. Do you think there's a need to hear more testimony, or is this enough? Well, we should... Edward, we can't do this. If we keep this up, Maya, she'll... The prosecution, what had come over everyone? Even you! The prosecution rests. What is going on around here? The judge must be so fucking confused. He has no idea what the hell is happening right now. And I feel so bad for him. He's just getting left out. The prosecution has no further questions, Your Honor. What? Well, I never thought I'd see the day. This is a most unusual situation. If the prosecution rests with no further questions, then the prosecution has failed to uphold its stance. Wait, how? So, yeah, okay, so... Wait, but... No, wait, we've already proven that Adrian Andrews hasn't done it. So, yeah, that means that the person who had to do it was, Matt Dard. Which means that the prosecution hasn't failed to uphold its stance. If that is the case, then even though I am reluctant, I must believe that Mr. Dar's testimony is accurate. What are we talking about? We literally just proved that it is inaccurate. Just because this guy doesn't have anything else to say, doesn't suddenly make it accurate, man. That would mean that Shelley the Killer's client is Adrian Andrews, even though it doesn't make any fucking sense for me to believe that. Mr. Wright, yes, Your Honor? If I end the trial here, right now, your client, Matt Aldard, would be declared innocent. And in his place, Adrian Andrews would be charged with murder. Miss Andrews would be charged with murder. The prosecution had no further questions, so we will now hear the defense's final remarks. Bailiff, please bring the defendant, Matt Aldard, to the stand. The items from the killer's hideout didn't make it in time. We tried as hard as we could, but our time has run out. I can't believe it. The outcome now lies in your hands. Dude, did the old guy finally decide? To be honest, I cannot think of you as a truly innocent and good person. You have done enough evil to drive a woman to suicide. You have done enough evil to drive a woman to suicide. But at least on the charge of murder, it would appear you are innocent. Ha! So, I guess even the old fuddy-duddy had me figured out. Mr. Ondard. What an atrocious lawyer I have, giving up his own client like this. And that refreshing like the bleach trap. No, I can say that better. Okay, give me a minute. And that refreshing as a spleen bleach trap. It's just as atrocious, don't you agree? Anyway, get on with it and pronounce me innocent already. Right, Mr. Lawyer? Should I side with justice, or should I say Maya's life? I think we both know what Maya would want, Phoenix. What she wrote on the back of that picture. I think our choice is obvious here. You better get Ondard a guilty sentence, okay? I'm pretty sure she knows the states of her life. But if I did that, Maya will die. But if I say he's innocent, then Adrian Andrews will be charged as the murderer. Yeah, so if you think about it, if we're looking at it from a utilitarian point of view, it does make the most sense to not side with Ondard. Think about it. Okay, so if we side with Ondard, he gets to live his life, and Andrews will be charged with murder, and Maya will be saved. But she will forever have to deal with the idea that she is a part of the reason why Adrian Andrews is in jail forever now. And it will probably ruin our relationship with her. So, basically, there's only one real positive with siding with Ondard, and that is the fact that we saved somebody's life, even if they were okay giving it up. And not only that, what if Ondard keeps going? Ondard doesn't seem to have a stopping point. What if he just finds other people to torment? Other people to hurt? But if we side with justice, then Ondard will go to jail. Adrian Andrews will get to know that at least one of the person who hurt her friend went to jail. Oh, sorry, I think my nose got fucked. And basically, I think you guys know where I'm going with this, guys. But Maya will die. Do I say he's guilty or not guilty? Either choice I make, somebody's life is going to end. I think it should be the person who made a decision. It all hinges on what I choose. Now then, Mr. Wright, let us hear the defense's final statements on this matter. If the person who hired the assassin is Adrian Andrews, then your client, Matt Ondard, is innocent. He's innocent as hell. Look at him. He has a cigar. He has a glass of whatever that is. He totally looks innocent. He's even laughing innocently. There's no need to act, old man. After all, my lawyer does say whatever I want. Aren't you? Aren't you? Aren't you? Right. Sorry guys, I'm gonna take one bathroom break during this whole video, and I will be right now. Right. Give me 1 minute, I have to write the time I used the bathroom on my board. Right. I can't do this, but I have to decide something. I can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. My client, Matt on guard is... This game is about truth, and there's only one of those. Say it. You have to... Oh, what, did I say it in my head? We are waiting for your answer, Mr. Wright. Matt on guard, your client deserves an answer. Maya, I'm sorry. Matt on guard is... Ah! Oh my god! Francisco Montarma! I'm gonna get to that picture later. What are you doing here? Ah! How do I say this? You see now, don't you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? This is exactly why you should never take your eyes off that scruffy fool. Do you blame them? The final pieces, do you have them? You should know better than to ask that, Mr. Miles Edgeworth. Although Karma is perfect in every way, the evidence here is in perfect condition. Don't worry about Shitruffy, he's fine, and his injuries are minor. All of the items are inside here. All of the items are inside this. What a filthy old tote this is. That's Gumshoes. I can spot his tattered rags anywhere. His disgusting, ugly, tattered rags anywhere. I apologize for its ugliness, but there was nothing else to wrap the items in. I've fought long and hard this whole trial, all for what is inside this raggedy tote. I'm sure that inside that tote lies a crucial piece of evidence. Your Honor, inside that filthy, ugly, disgusting, demented, terrible, rotten-looking old tote are the defense's final pieces of evidence. Your final evidence? This trial is already over. All that remains is for me to hand down my verdict. Wait, no, I can say this in a more judgy tone. This trial is already over. All that remains is for me to hand down my verdict. I do not believe that any evidence presented now would change the outcome of this trial. What? Your Honor, it is our duty to examine every piece of evidence down to the last. I request that Miss Von Tarma be allowed to present these pieces of evidence. I suppose you are right, Mr. Edgeworth. I grant permission to do so. However, this one obvious rule applies here. If these items do not bring up any new points, then they will not be accepted by this court. Now, Miss Von Karma, if you please. These pieces of evidence are items left by the killer during his escape from the police. He must have been in slight rush. Yes, Your Honor, the killer left behind 3 pieces of evidence. Somewhere among the evidence we're about to see, there will be something that will turn this whole situation around. It's a miracle. I'm sure of it. That is all we can hope for. Shit. The first item is a pistol. Did the killer's pistol have anything to do with this case? Let's for more details. Did that pistol have any relation to this case? We have yet to perform a ballistics test. So I can't say anything for certain. However, I believe it has something to do with this case. At least, to me. That's the pistol he used to shoot you, isn't it? That is what I believe, yes. Oh, I kind of forgot you got shot. I kept the shoulder they removed from my bullet. No, I kept the bullet they removed from my shoulder as a sort of memento. Oh, that's awesome, like, imagine a character who is, like, imagine there's, like, a really cool, like, veteran soldier character, and, like, the idea isn't that, oh, he always dodges bullets. The idea is that he doesn't even need to dodge bullets. He can just, like, catch them in his body, but they never hurt him. And he just has, like, a whole row of bullets. That'd be incredible. I would love to see that. I am sure it will be an excellent sample for the test. So that's the pistol that we used to shoot Francisca. It's probably not going to help us very much. Pistol. A small caliber pistol that is thought to have been shot by the killer at Francisca. Added to the court record. The second piece of evidence is this videotape. I bet the killer took that from our darn mansion. So let's give her more details. Have you checked the contents of that tape? Unfortunately, there was no time to. Oh yeah, I remember that now. But I would speculate that this tape is very important. Why would you say that? Because he came back to his hideout for it. The killer went back for it? That's right. It looks like he was trying to recover it. He injured 3 officers at the site. Damn, that's hardcore. But somehow, it looks like they managed to protect it from the killer. Shelly the killer is no ordinary man. He's a myth. He's a legend. He's a monster. Videotape. One of the items retrieved. The killer violently tried to recover it. Contents unknown. Added to the court record. The last piece of evidence is this bellboy's uniform. Is that a uniform from the Datewater Hotel? Ask for more details just because. Was that you during the crime? I am almost certain it was. There's even a pair of black rubber gloves in one of the pockets. There's no doubt about it. The killer was wearing this the night of the murder. there is one thing I found interesting about this uniform. And what is that? There is a button missing from this uniform. A button? Yeah, like a G bidet water. It is a very unique button. I am sure if we were to recover it, it would provide us with an interesting clue. Bellboy's uniform. Worn by the killer on the night of the murder. One of its special buttons is missing. Added to the court record. That is all I have to present, Your Honor. It's just as I thought. And what is that, Your Honor? I'm sure, were we under normal circumstances, these items from Sully the Killer's hideout would be very important clues. However, our question is not who did the killing. It is who hired who is the client. Yes, that is correct. And these 3 items do not tell us anything about that. Hold on, we haven't looked at the videotape yet. Maybe the other 2 items you can say that. But you can't say about the videotape. You don't know what's in it. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Montarma. You may step down now. Wait, Your Honor! Please, allow me to examine these new evidence. Overruled. This court already has all the evidence it needs to hand down a verdict. Wonderful. Absolutely splendid. This judge is such a brilliant man, isn't he? Is this the end? Phoenix? I knew it. There's no such thing as a miracle in this world, is there? I think you're wrong. I think they do exist. But you have to make that miracle happen. Like in that one movie by, what was it, Bruce Almighty? Have you guys seen that movie, Bruce Almighty? Where like a character gets the powers of God? I really, okay, I never actually saw it, but I have watched clips of it on YouTube, and it's pretty good. Like, you should watch it. Maybe. I don't know. You've come this far. You can't give up now. But, no matter how you think about it, try. For my sake, just think about it for a second. There are 2 ways out of this situation for us. 2. The first. Made on guard wish from the bottom of his soul for a guilty verdict. Huh? The killer will always place his client's wishes first. If Ondard himself wishes to be convicted, he will let his hostage go. But that may be true, but that's asking for me to do the impossible. The second way. Force the killer to end his contract with Ondard. If the killer were to no longer think of Ondard as his client, he would let Maya go. Mia, that's even more impossible. He is a man who values his duty towards his client above all else. I know both of these seem like impossible feats at first, but if you could make either one happen, it would truly be a miracle. The bigger problem is, the judge has already said he doesn't need any more evidence. The pieces he was just shown, he's not accepting them. Phoenix, Take things through from the other side. Isn't that what always worked for us? Huh? The other side? Wait, does he mean... You mean to turn things around? Phoenix, the judge says he doesn't need the evidence. Who does? If that's the case, then who does need it? The person who needs the evidence? The defense, the prosecution, the judge. We've seen all the pieces of evidence. And that is how we have come to know the truth. But there is one person who has yet to see them all. And that person does not know the truth. That truth, it may be what brings about the miracle in the end. There are no objections this time, correct? Now then, I will pronounce my verdict. Why don't we all respectfully sit back and listen, kids? I have already told you, Mr. Wright. This court did not need any more evidence. I am not saying that it is us who needs the evidence, Your Honor. Then, you want to show the evidence to that person? Yes, Your Honor. Please, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, for you to act with such passion, I will grant you one chance. Only one? Please, show your evidence to who you think the right person is. That's impossible to turn this situation around in one try. I've done it before. One try. That is all I will permit. I have to try to remember everything that had happened up to this point. Think, Phoenix, think! There must be a way to save Maya while taking all guards down at the same time. Okay. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's not waste any more time. Who would you like to show the evidence to? Okay. Who knows everything? We don't have Maya. We don't have Trails. Dick Gumshoe's in the hospital. Flynn's sister, I can't imagine why we didn't show it to her. Miles Edgeworth is the prosecutor, and he saw everything too. Will Powers is unrelated to any of this. And same goes with Yana Hart. We literally can't present to Ron Tavita. Matt Aldard is a possibility, but I don't really know. We would have to find a piece of evidence that would make him want to go to jail. The security lady seems pretty unrelated. Adrian Andrews also kind of seems unrelated, but a lot more connected than anyone else. Select Impact died. And I have a question. What happens if I do this one instead of this one? Like, do they change? Because they're the same person, actually. I don't get it, but okay. So, I'm gonna do... Okay, so what were the two possibilities again? Okay, so we would have to make Aldar wish for a guilty verdict from the bottom of his soul, or we would have to make Shelly the Killer quit on Matt Aldard. And to be honest, I cannot imagine a situation where Matt Aldard would ever go to jail on purpose. So, the only person I can imagine we could do it to is Shelly the Killer. I see. And now, tell the court what one piece of evidence you would like to show this person. Okay, I can do this. I can think about this. What does Shelly the Tiller care about? Well, he only cares about one thing. He cares about trust. He cares about deflecting a client and himself. The issue with that is that can't exist. An assassin is a morally bankrupt individual, and anybody who decides to work with one has to be the same level of untrustworthy. Not on guard. If they actually did meet face to face, then, well, somehow, Shelly the Killer didn't notice how completely amoral Matt on guard is. Hell, Matt on guard isn't even willing to trust the killer at all. There is no trust. He even retorted him. That's it. That's what the tape is. It's the retorting of the killing. And I'm willing to bet that the killer would hate knowing what's on this tape. Well, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? I think there is some merit in showing this evidence to that witness. Am I wrong? Am I really wrong? Oh my god, am I wrong? Shit, I had no other plan B. But yeah, please blame it. Okay, yeah, no, they're right. Alright, it looks like I managed to convince him. Yeah, do this shit. Maya, she's okay, right? Didn't I tell you to concern yourself with blaming about a speedy end to this trial? Now, if I understand correctly, you wish to show me one piece of evidence, even though, as I've told you 2 times already, I can't see anything. I am in a radio right now. Yes, one is all I need. I have here a videotape. It was found at your hideout. I heard you injured 3 officers in your attempt to get this back. That was most regrettable. However, it was an order from my client. I was told to protect that videotape. I thought so. I'm afraid I seem to have failed in that regard. Do you know the contents of this tape? No way he does. I was sternly told by my client not to watch it. I wonder why. So I have absolutely no idea. Perfect. Actually, you are on this tape. Me? There was a video camera hidden at the crime scene. Oh, that was a tool effect. Your actions were being retorted. What? Is that true, Mr. Wright? Who was it that planted a camera? Come on, Detiller. I thought you were at least a little bit intelligent. But then again, what assassin really is? Come on. Who told you to guard the video? Who knew when the murder would happen? Well, the only person who could have planted a camera at the scene of the crime would have to be your client, naturally. That was Adrian Andrews. No, you dumbass. We're obviously not going in that direction anymore. We're going in a new direction. A little turnabout. Be quiet and listen, Your Honor. Yes, sir. He's like a dog. Your client specified a place and time for you. Isn't that right? Yes. That was so that they could film you. I had no idea. Mr. Wright, why would my client do such a thing? I would like to know why. Why did Matt Ondard film the crime scene? The reason why he did that is might take it out of this whole mess. There's only one reason why your client would secretly film you. Oh shit, oh man, I really wanted to like see what the other ones would do, but he wanted blackmail on you, man. I heard it myself. This was his insurance. Your client once told me something really interesting. We were talking about you, and this is what they had to say. But I'm no weak. Jane. I don't trust anyone. Least of all, assassins. Oh, come now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. Yes, that's where the video comes in. With that, I can keep him at bay, and even blackmail him if I want. Your client didn't trust you at all. They were thinking of using this video to blackmail you. What do you have to say to that, Shelly the Killer? Nah. Oh! It looks like I was being deceived from the very beginning. Yes. By a natural. That is the kind of person they are. Your client is a person who only thinks and plots of how to use the people around them. Your client is a person who only thinks and plots of how to use the people around them to protect themselves from any and all dangers that may arise. That is the true nature of your client. I have one question for the witness. Yes? You told us one thing numerous times during your testimony. You said that you detest traitors most of all. Yes. That's right. But what if that traitor was your own client? What would you do then? That's obvious. I would break our contract in that case. And then, that client would become my next target. For the honor of the titular name, even if it takes an eternity, I would follow that person to the ends of the earth to exact my punishment. Damn. How do you feel now, Ondard? I see. That's all I wanted to know. So the traitor becomes the killer's net target. Ah, I get it now. This is how we'll turn this case around. A little turnabout. Mr. Wright. Yes? My contract with my client is over as of now. I seem to have a new job on my hands. I will now return to you your precious item. What? I'm not an item. Maya, I thought I'd never see you again. Oh, thank goodness. Oh, thank you. It seems we're hitting the end. The climax is over. It appears this trial has come to its conclusion. However, I'm sort of... I don't quite know what just happened there with the client and the witness and... Miss Von Karma, where did... She always had you in her sights. She has an interdimensional wit that can pierce you through time and space. Now, I do believe it's time to finally hand down a verdict. Mr. Odgard, it looked like somehow you got what you wanted. You will finally receive the acquittal you wanted so badly. You should be happy. But before that, I would like to make one final statement. Sometime in the near future, one very betrayed assassin may appear before you. Needless to say, that man is very good at what he does. I'm sure you would understand what I mean if you watch this video. Help me. Help me. Now then, Your Honor, the verdict, if you please. Is that alright with you, Mr. Wright? We have finally reached the end of a very long battle. Whether he's convicted or acquitted, there is no escape for him now. Go on, Phoenix. Plead whichever way your heart tells you. Right, Chief? Okay, so here's how I feel. I feel like there's a bit of true justice if we choose not guilty. Because if we choose not guilty, he will get the exact same fate he gave someone else. My issue with it is that if we plead not guilty, we are relying on the very same person who he used. This is not justice, this is vengeance. Pleading not guilty would mean that the only justice there would be is that an assassin, a person who isn't connected to the legal system, would be the one who finally enacts revenge. And he wouldn't do it because of justice. He would do it over some sense of honor. That's why I believe that the right choice here is to plead guilty. To plead the way the system actually works to preserve. This man is guilty, and thus he must be treated as so. But, if I am gonna plead guilty, and that is what I think the true ending should be, then, well, that should be done at a different time. I think right now, we should have a bit of fun with it, and plead not guilty. I did save, right? I saved. I'm pretty sure I did. I'm gonna save at the end, though. I would get too worried. Congratulations, Mr. Matt Ondard. Please, make sure to savor every moment of what little time you have left. Your Honor, as always, the defense pleads not guilty. Very well. This court finds the defendant, Matt Ondard. Hold it! Please, wait! What's the matter? If I get not guilty, I'll be killed. I'm no! Guilty! Guilty. As always, Oh, sorry. I think they probably where the timeline diverges, probably. So I should probably load, and I actually did distract myself, and it hurt like a motherfucker, so, yeah. But no, the right thing to do here is to plead not guilty, and I really hope I didn't actually give myself blood. Probably not. Okay. Plead guilty, because that is... Okay, it's not our job to let our client declare guilty, but yeah... You know, the job of a defense attorney is not to make sure murderers don't flee just so an assassin can murder them in a more dramatic way. That's not my job. Not on guard. Even though I am a lawyer, I cannot make your crime disappear. I think a guilty verdict is appropriate here. Me, my wonderful self, guilty? Even if you've gotten a tittle, the instant you step foot outside the detention center, your life would be in danger. No matter which way you look at it. You cannot run away from your crime anymore. No! Guilty, 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 guilty. Damn. Look at that guy. If I was in a soundproof room, you had better believe that I would have gone off so much harder. As always, it seems we have uncovered the real truth. I don't remember you helping out much in this. You were trying to be like a dead me, and then you were a dead Edward, and then you were a dead me a bunch of times. Mr. Edward, how is Matt on guard? I have left Miss Von Parma in charge of his incarceration. I am sure she is getting a full course meal of whipped liver right about now. Very good. That was a close one, wasn't it, witness? Yes. I plan to pay my debt to society for my own crime, Your Honor. The first time I was told to the witness stand during this trial, all I felt was despair. She must be talking about the time Edward really went after her, like an animal. I guess she tried to forgive him for what she did. What do you mean? No, she had to ask for forgiveness of her. What are we talking about here? No, she had to apologize first. This witness. Okay, well, I'm not rereading this. This was evil. That was literally the worst thing he could have said. But after that, when I was alone at the detention center, then the first time I really saw myself for who I am. What, a person in a detention center? And today, when the two of you used your combined strength to convict Matt, I felt like I had finally been saved. Wow, this is the first time I've seen her smile. This is the second time in the franchise where we've seen a told woman just like give us a little smile, and every time it's just like very cute of them. It is so cute. Can I take a picture of this? I am really happy that you two were in charge of this case. I really don't know how to express how I feel at this moment. This is the first time I felt comfortable with myself, with who I am. Thank you so much, everyone. Fade to black. It looks like we have resolved everything at last. As for myself, there are a few things I am confused about. But everyone seems in good spirits, and that is good enough for me. I don't really care about the truth at all. If everyone's happy, I'm happy. That is all. This tour is adjourned. March 20th. Why did I read these still? You were delayed out there, Phoenix. What I did out there was right, wasn't it? This is the first time you've not gotten your client off. You got them a guilty verdict this time. But you have to look past all that to what's really important. You now realize that there's something more than just getting a not guilty, right? Yes, I understand now. Phoenix, think back for a second. Think to the moment before Miss Montarma arrived with the final pieces of evidence. Think about the incredible decision you had to make. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear the defendant's statements on this matter. I can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. Should I side with justice or save Maya's life? My client, Matt on guard, is he guilty or is he not guilty? Those were your choices then. And your answer spoke to what being a lawyer meant to you. I get it. Utilitarianism. I'm joking. It's about justice and the greater good and the truth. Right. Edgeworth, I have good news. Maya is safe in police custody. Really? Oh man, I really wanted Mia and Maya to have a really cute interaction. Because honestly, I think that Mia would probably dote on Maya so much after this. Really? Please, you're telling us the truth, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, she's quite safe. She is on her way over here as we speak in a patrol car. Mr. Maya's safe. You did it. You really did it, Mr. Net. Ow, she punched it deceptively hard for a kid. I believed in you. I kept saying to myself, Mr. Knit will save her. Mr. Knit will save her. Thanks. Oh, what's wrong? Miss Montarma. About earlier. Thanks. Why are you still smiling, Mr. Phoenix, right? You lost. Your perfect win record had now been trashed. Huh. I think it has. But there's one thing that hasn't been trashed. My perfect justice record. And yet, you are still happy? I don't think you'll ever understand, Miss Montarma. How dare you? Don't worry. She may in time. After all, I was like that myself until a year ago. Yeah, Phoenix, never say never. Edgeworth. For my own personal victories and for guilty verdicts, I used every dirty trick in the book, and so my win record remained spotless. But a man appeared and stood fast against that selfish me. I fought against him in my usual manner and tasted my first defeat. I felt like I had lost everything because of that. And then, it was my turn to sit in the defendant's chair. And I was saved by that person I told my enemy. I couldn't forgive myself for all that had happened, so I left the prosecutor's office. And I left that note. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death. Well, as well you should have. A prosecutor who shames himself with defeat should crawl into a hole and die. But that was not what happened. After I left the prosecutor's office, I finally came to realize something. And it was in that moment of clarity that everything began to change. What foolish nonsense! We prosecutors use anything we can to attack the defendant. But every time we did so, no matter how desperate the situation, instead of giving up like most people, that man would hold strong with his undying faith. And then, before I knew it, I began to trust in that man as well. Oh, we both trust each other. That's great. It's great, guys. What? You trusted your enemy. It doesn't matter how many underhanded tricks a person uses. The truth will always find a way to make itself known. The only thing we can do is to fight with the knowledge. The only thing we can do is to fight with the knowledge we hold and everything we have. Erasing the paradoxes one by one. It's never easy. We troll and scratch for every inch. But we will always eventually reach that one single truth. This I promise you. The truth? Yes, that's the reason why prosecutors and defense attorneys exist. But I'm sure you knew that already, didn't you? Right? That's why you couldn't forgive me, this man who went into hiding. Isn't that right? This man who only had his sights set on victory, who ran away into the night. Huh! Is Mr. Edgeworth right, Mr. Net? You really let me down. When you disappeared, I felt betrayed. The reason why I decided to become a lawyer to begin with was because I believed in the things you said to me all those years ago. God, I'm really sad, right? I can feel it in my throat muscles. And you betrayed your own words. That's why, 1 year ago, I made up my mind. I decided that the Miles Edgeworth I knew had died. At least, that's what I told myself. You pathetic fool! Miss Montarma? I don't want to hear the wretched whimperings of a disgraced user. A Montarma is someone who is destined to be perfect. Miles Edgeworth, you are no longer worthy. You are no longer worthy of being a Montarma. And neither am I. It's over. It's all over. When sister threw something on the ground just now. This is an electromagnetic receiver. A tracking device in simpler words. Isn't that the thing you use to track down Detective W? I'll return this to the precinct later. There's something else. Is that her whip? That's actually a really nice whip. There's something else. Isn't that Miss Montarma's whip? I'll never set foot in another courtroom again. I'm sure that's what she's saying by this action. You should keep it. You should keep this, right? Okay. Nick! Maya! Mr. Maya! Mr. Maya! Perfect, yeah. He's adorable. Aww. I just did the picture more later. Oh, Ned, I knew you would come, Shidlu. You got on darn to the victory like I knew you would. And on top of that, you even rescued me. Well, of course I did. You know I would never desert you. But we sure pressed our yacht to this trial. You're really lucky to be standing here. Whatever. Look, it's over, okay? Besides, if I did float, I would just come back and haunt you like a bad ghost through Playley. Is it really that easy to do something like that? Thanks a lot, Nick. Don't mention it. Maya. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth. I believe you're alright. Hey, it looks like you made some real progress, Mr. Edgeworth. Well, I suppose I am a little different from who I was a year ago. Give me 1 minute. Oh my god, we have plenty. Oh, okay. Alright. I think it's time we got out of this depressing place. Huh? Where are we going? Food, Nick! Food! Grub! Chow! I'm starving. You should probably try to eat, like, slowly. I'm so hungry, even you look like a juicy, nice burger on a bun to me, Nick. You think I look like a burger? I'm a prime rib at least. Come with us, Mr. Edgeworth, please. If you insist. Alright, so, how about we hit up our usual burger joint? Don't be silly, Nick. Huh? Think this case messed up that awesome evening and got in the way of my gourmet food. So I've decided we're gonna make it up by having another feast. Another feast? Come on, Nick. Food! Wow. Here we are. We're back again. Oh my god! You're not wearing your coat! Hey, pal. Sorry to keep you waiting. Dumsoo, are you alright? Yeah, but I'm really embarrassed. I didn't think they would hit a telephone pole of all things. So you were not in a car accident? A telephone pole? Then it wasn't a red light that got him? You did it again, city boy. I felt my dear old heart was gonna give out on me, and I ain't joking. Yeah, it was more exciting than the very last episode of the Steel Samurai. James. Now listen here, Mr. Snooty Prosecutor. Don't y'all be bullying Wright too hard. If you don't start being a lot nicer to him, he'll be on my ticket. Tonight even. I'll keep that in mind. Well, come on now, everyone, gather around. Y'all just get your picture taken by this genuine professional photographer. Yana bought herself a new camera. What happened to the other camera? Wasn't it just in evidence? Well, pal, I need you to put this messy taste behind us. Come on, tonight's all about eating, so let's chow down, pal. Amen to that, pal. Amen. God, they're so free after everything that we've been through. You know, if you think about it, you were the one who saved the day, detective. Huh? Me? You really think so? He's right. If things weren't for the if it wasn't for the 3 items you took, I think this trial would have had a very different ending. Well, you know, it's a Huh, wait. That's odd. When I ran off with the things from the killer's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir. What? 4? Yeah, I'm sure I put one of the items in my coat pocket. There was a 4th item. Oh, come on now, y'all. It's over. But wooly boy, let me tell you, you sure are something else. Between getting accused of murder and getting kidnapped, never a dull moment with you, huh? You think? Why does she look so happy about that? It's her self-defense mechanism. Humor's a pretty good one overall. There are worse ones. But being shut away for 2 whole days, weren't you sedated? Yeah, it was really sedary. I felt so hopeless. So to keep my mind off the things, I drew a picture. Sounds like you had it rough now. So where's this picture of yours? Yeah, I want to see it. I want to see Mr. Myers' picture. Huh. Oh, you know, I don't know where it went. Is that the 4th item? Is it the picture? Aw, not too bad. Well, it's alright. It wasn't anything important anyway. It's sure is nice to finally see them both smiling again. Is that the tracking device? What? The dumpster's right next to us, though. What is it, Edgeworth? This thing is picking something up. That's Miss Montarma's receiver. Thanks to her, I had the most awful experience of my life, sir. What part? I can't use this seductive tracking device on me. That's odd. Even though you're standing right here, the tracking device seems to be in a different rotation. Oh, it probably busted or something, sir. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm afraid it's about time for me to excuse myself. I still have work to do. Huh? But, Mr. Edgeworth, you haven't even eaten anything yet. And you've eaten way too much, you glutton. Come on, Phoenix. You were literally starved for multiple days. A total asshole move, by the way. You didn't need to do that. I had fun tonight. Now, if you'll excuse me... Wait. What? I just wanted to say, thanks, Edgeworth. You really saved me out there. If anyone should be saying thanks, it should be me, right? I feel like words alone aren't enough here. I wonder if there's something I could give him to express how I feel. Oh, I don't know. This is actually the hardest one I've done. You know what? You deserve this whip, not me. I don't know. Oh shit, wait, what the fuck? Shit. That better be the right answer now. What's this? Thank you. It's all thanks to you two. You and her. You don't need to thank me. I was only doing my job. God, this game has such good games. Oh my god, they really did. I know I'm not one to express so much praise at once, but this has been an immaculate finale to the second game. It looks like Mr. Edward has left, Mr. Nick. Hey, Mr. Maya. Yes, clearly? I guess you two to go back to the lovey-dovey, right? You and Mr. Nick, I mean. But, clearly, will you cut it out already? You're embarrassing me. Anyway, so who's paying for this lovely dinner party? As if you need to ask. Everybody say, thank you to Nick. Huh? What? I'm paying? What? I thought we were gonna cut it in half. Maybe like 18 times. Yeah, I'm kinda at the point where I can't even buy instant noodles, pal. So it's time to already put your name on the bill. That's illegal. Objection. Huh? Yeah, I got myself a situation just like that myself. There's a camera shop in this hotel, see? And I just bought myself this good old beauty here. Anyhow, for $3,000. Huh? Actually, I reckon y'all bought it for me since it's your name on the tab and all. What the fuck is happening? What? Isn't it late, Mr. Nick? Yeah, Nick. Why do I suddenly feel like screaming? Oh, you don't have to hold back now, you hear? Yeah, pal, time to get it all out. This is gonna be the first time I've heard the real you. Go on, it's been a while since I've heard you say it. I've been busy being a hostage and all. Alright then, if you say so. Objection! Oh my god, that was immaculate. Transcendent. Is that the right word, transcendent? I don't know if it is. This was a fantastic finale to a good game. You really came through for me, Nick. I had to hide that letter, but I knew you'd find it. I really feel like I've been living on the edge lately. I mean, I've been faked death 3 times now. 3 too, huh? I feel like a pro. I mean, that only assumed that you would get the death penalty. You might have not gotten the death penalty the other 2 times. I'm so happy that you can say Mr. Maya, Mr. Nick, and I'm so happy for the 2 of you. Speaking of which, I think this hotel is a popular space for honeymooners. I sort of made reservations for just the 2 of you, just in case. Well, pal, it looks like I'm back on the force again. Mr. Edward had a long talk with the chief and he got me reinstated by my sake. I heard he said things like, letting that one go is bad for all of society. I knew it. Slashing headlong into everything is the only way to get, pal. I don't really like how I can't, control the speed of, this part of the game. I, Maddie Bird, am retiring this uniform as of today, sir. I am going to be a waitress from now on. And bring smiles and joy to the people who come by the restaurant. I hope you'll stop by sometime, Mr. Wright. Okay, who's that, I wonder? Why you? Yeah, so you here to visit a patient? I'm Dr. Hart. I'm Director Hardy. Recently, yes. That's ill, you know. I haven't seen her around. Yes. The one with the whip? But I remember, if I even showed my an eye on her, it would go flat. It didn't matter if it got whipped, though. Yes. Ho. God, did I you sleep? Okay. I'm gonna be honest. I think this taste is probably better than, the first finale of the first game. Okay. It's time to begin our threat of world search domination. And to let the world know I'm serious, I plan to probably a trip to Zimbabwe. Hey Matt, what do you think Zimbabwe is like? Do you think that there are castles made of tape and bunnies who can talk? No, honey, no. I do not think those exist. Even they wouldn't be laughing at most jokes. And when I say, I am talking about, the actual finale. I'm not talking about, the fifth taste. I'm talking about the fourth taste. I'm ready. There's no way these jokes will fall on deaf ears. I'm gonna be more contemporary with my humor. Represent! We've got a new act all worked out. Prepare with a Hollywood tourist. Say something, will you? You're supposed to start this off. Get on with it. I really wish I didn't have to read these so fast. It's just if I had to choose between the fifth taste and this taste, it's honestly a bit harder. What's this? Black. It's just an ordinary electric wager. I can't believe this, really. How long do they plan on making me do this? But it's Edgy Pooh's idea, so that means it must have a deep hidden meaning. But why do I get the feeling they wouldn't forget about me, would they? I would never like this in the old days. Everyone thought the world of me. It was you told me to clean Wendy, treating me I would. A man how you talked about the real the pain in my heel, then it'd be the burn, burning me right every day. They help with the don't even away with the thing. What did I even say? I don't know. Between the fifth taste of the acting and this taste, it's actually a bit harder to choose. They're both so good. I appreciate everything you and Mr. Edward did for me to the bottom of my heart. That's why I received the letter from Von Tarma. She said that after I get out, I should feel free to consult her about anything. I'm really thankful to have met everyone. God, she is so adorably happy right now. It's actually a bit harder to choose. Oh, yeah. It's been difficult for me as of yet independently. I will be taking a short leave of absence. If you would like to request my services, please be sure to visit my homepage. May we both be blessed with longevity. That is a hilarious thing for an assassin to say. Okay. Who else is there? I don't really think there's anyone else in there. Okay, 4th International Departure Date 12. Where are we going? Where are you going, Oh, Francisca! How did you know I was here? With this? That... I heard you were planting things on a certain person. Things like tracking devices in a tote, for example. That's just like you. I only planted it there because she was always wearing it. This filthy, drab tote of his. This filthy, drab, ugly, awful, rotten, dumb, stupid tote of his. I don't know how it ended up in my luggage. But it's going in the trash, I promise you that. Well, don't throw it away. It's his own property. Oh, right. Speaking of that man, he told me something very interesting. When I ran off with the thief from the killer's hideout, I was sure I took 4 items in total, sir. 4 items? It seems she put the last one in his coat pocket. She put it in here. It doesn't matter anymore. The taste is already over. What are you gonna do now? That's none of your business. Are you running away? Shut up! You don't understand a thing. You can't possibly understand what it means to be Manfred von Tarma's daughter. Francisca. So many expectations around me. Expectations I must fulfill. I'm expected to win no matter what. And a failure? Such a thing is not an option for me. My father was a genius. There's no doubt about that. But me. I'm no genius. I've always known that. But I had to be one. I had to. You may not be a genius, yet your father, but you are a prosecutor. You have been, and always will be. No, I'm not. Not anymore. I've even thrown my whip away. Speaking of that, Wright gave this to me to hold on to. Right. You knew something like this would happen, didn't you? Yeah, I did. I wasn't just hitting buttons. I wasn't. I'm going to say this again. We prosecutors do not fight for personal honor or pride. I hope you will think deeply about what you should be striking down with this whip. You haven't changed a bit. You've always left me alone and walked on ahead without me. Mile Yeswar, I've always hated you. And then, finally, my chance to take revenge on you arrived. If I could win against that man, if I could make Phoenix Wright bow down in defeat, then this jail you left behind would have risen higher than you. That was supposed to be my revenge. I see. You know, I can't do it. I can't change who I am. I can't throw away everything I've been until today. I believe you can. Just like how Adrian Andrews did. Adrian Andrews? You were gonna use her during the trial, right? But you were dependent on your father by using his tactics. Isn't that right? Today, you chased after me. You had chased after me after I had left you behind all these years. That's why we're standing here now, side by side. But I have no interest in stopping. If you say you were going to tread your walk down the prosecutor's path, then this is where we part ways, Sister Von Tarma. I am Sister Von Tarma. Don't think I'm gonna walk in your shadow forever. Our battle beginning now. So you better prepare yourself, Miles Yesworth. Oh my gosh. That's like the first sign of... Oh. That took a long time to fade. Okay, now that is a beautiful image. Phoenix Wright. One day, someday, I'm sure we will meet again in a battle. Until then, this last piece of evidence that never made it to you, I'll take good care of it, of this fourth piece, so I can give it back to you when at last we meet again. Wow, that's a beautiful sunset. Oh my god, it's my face! It's Nick! Oh, that's adorable. She drew us because she wanted us. Oh my god, is that it? And that is the end of game 2? I have so much to say after doing all of that. Oh, saving. And it is saved. I have so much to say and only 19 battering minutes of life left. Okay, so I really loved this case. The villain was good. I liked how there were technically 2 villains, but one was way more evil. But like, the evil one wasn't the assassin, it was the client. So like, somehow, Matt on Guard proved himself more morally detestable than an assassin. And that's funny to me. But also, I think he was one of the darkest villains we've had, I think he is one of the darkest villains we've had, A lot of the other characters, we can only guess how they think of the world. But with Matt Aldard, he just tells us what he believes. He believes that people are tools. And what I really love is that, he said he doesn't depend on anybody, Adrian Andrews. But in the very end, he asks us for help in the same way that Adrian Andrews did. It really shows who he is. He is a pathetic man who, at the end of the day, can't actually depend on anybody because he has nobody. But, Mia said, we have friends. We have Edward, Mia, Maya, Plail. We have people to depend on. And that's what makes us different from Aldard in a way other than morality. And I love that. I love the themes about justice and about, what your job actually is at the end of the day. There's a difference between the letter of the law and what the law actually says. And that's a really interesting divide. I like how this one put it a step above. I like how this one put it a step above the first cases. Because, it does seem to be, it's ramping up in difficulty, kind of, Or maybe not difficulty, but it is ramping up in terms of sedates. We had Manfred von Tarma. And then we had Damon Dan. And in this one, we had Matt Aldard. And while he doesn't appear to be an equal, in terms of manipulation, I do believe he is on there. Okay, maybe not in terms of manipulation, but in terms of mental illness or basically general insanity or dark-heartedness, he is in that list. Because okay, I don't want to say Manfred is a good guy, but I think he has a daughter who I haven't seen evidence that he abused her, but the other two cared about stuff other than themselves. But Matt Aldard, he is just purely a selfish man who has seemingly no morals at the end of the day. And I like how, in the end, he sedars himself over and over again. And that does make me wonder, did he cause his initial sedar? And what made him do that, if he did do it, right? But, I really would love to know what the next game does in terms of ramping up the difficulty. Because, honestly, this is going to be hard to beat. We got our first guilty client, and we lost. Which, I think, you can't keep using for finales. So, they're going to have to figure out another way to ramp it up. And I would love to know what that is. But, any final notes I have? Adrian Andrews. She was a great character because if this was any other case, I would absolutely believe that she did it. There was so much evidence proving that she did it. The button, the knife, the flaming, having a cold attitude. It all led us to believe that she was the guilty one, only for the whole day to turn around and say, sorry guys, it's not her. So I really like how the game is making a story out of its own tropes. Is working inside of our expectations. We would never believe that Aldard was guilty if there hadn't been like so much evidence near the midpoint of the taste. And I wonder if they do that in any other taste after this game, and I really hope they do. Overall, if I had to rate it, I think it would go Turnabout Demise, Rise from the Ashes, and then this one. And that's good, right? Maybe some people do like the first one more than this one, but like, it makes sense. If it was written in that order, it makes sense that they only go up in quality. And I would really like to see what the next game does too. But yeah, I guess we will have to find that out next week. Bye!